hate and depths and fall you on.
You got the skills, you've got the drive, but your boss won't help you thrive. You work so hard, you give your best, but they're keeping all the rest. You don't have to stand alone, together we're stronger, set the tone. Fair pay, fair rules, a safe place too. It all begins with me and you. Organize, unionize, it's your right, don't compromise. Not treated fair, don't stand despair. Raise your voice, it's time to care. Together we rise, we win the prize, because a union means we're unified. When you stand as one, you've got the power. You can make big change in just an hour. It's not just talk, it's taking a stand for better pay and a helping hand. It's not about fighting, it's about what's fair, sharing the value of what's made there. If the boss says no, don't be afraid. Together we've got the tools to trade. Organize, unionize, it's your right, don't compromise. Not treated fair, don't stand despair. Raise your voice, it's time to care. Together we rise, we win the prize, because a union means we're unified. No more later, no more wait. To change the rules, create our fate. It's not just you, it's all of us. In solidarity we build the trust. Organize, unionize, it's your right, don't compromise. Not treated fair, don't stand despair. Raise your voice, it's time to care. Together we rise, we win the prize, because a union means we're unified. As a union means we're unified. The unified, the unified. Your voice matters, your worth matters. Together we can make it better.
Say, I remember when we used to stand in the heart of the workers' plan. Obstacles weighed heavy on our backs, but unity's the strength they lack. Good friends we had and good friends we've lost, fighting battles at every cost. But through the struggle we raise our voice, in solidarity we made our choice. No union, no buy. No union, no buy. Hey little brother, don't you come by. No union, no buy. Our hands build the wealth they hold so tight, but together we reclaim our rights. No more silence, no more pain. In our unity, there's everything to gain. We lift each other, we won't back down. From city streets to every town, the power's in the people's hands. No union, no buy. We take a stand. No union, no buy. No union, no buy. Hey little sister, raise your flag high. No union, no buy. All the tables are turning, the fire inside keeps burning. For the workers and the buyers, we're igniting freedom's fires. No union, no buy. No union, no buy. Together we'll rise and we won't deny. No union, no buy. I remember when we used to stand with hope and strength, hand in hand. The struggle's hard, but we'll survive. No union, no buy.
In the depths of the unknown, radio waves like dark shows, mysteries unwrapped and shown. Solutions defy what we know, hidden truths we're never alone. Follow me down the rabbit hole, secrets and binding codes, breaking the mold, defying control. Power bursts without a soul in this digital calico, but we spread the truth of the truly bold. Epics we uncover, forbidden undercover, rise against the silence, breaking through defiance. Energy from the ether flow, quantum realms, the science of flow, whispers from the ancients echo, gravity's unhooked, let's go beyond the reach of their woe. Slowly when few ever come, bridge the gaps, all light shows. Pioneer, on we roll, past the fabled say so. This is all in our road. Epics we uncover, forbidden undercover, rise against the silence, breaking through defiance. Synth waves crashing, hearts collide, revolution of the mind. Let the codes and truths unwind, illumination find. Epics we uncover, forbidden undercover, rise against the silence, breaking through defiance.
Secrets and shadows, true quest to follow, ancient designs, all lost to time. Eyes of the blind, rulers of kind, knowledge unknown, locked in their throne. Tear the veil from their lies, truth will rise. Break the chains from our minds,
system are treated like a toy. Ideas are misunderstood, but brilliance is his boy. Benefactor boy, can't you hear his voice? Talk to love 0 point, the points lost on them. Capital structures crumbling from the same old stem. They laugh like I'm crazy, but I see it all so clear. Exploited labor, unheard, injustice burning ears. Fighting for a change in this wasteland of noise. But they call me foolish while I teach and boys. Benefactor boy, dreaming about the world begin to boy. Changing the system, but treated like a toy. Ideas misunderstood, but brilliance is his boy. Benefactor boy, can't you hear his voice? Chasing revolutions in the darkest nights. A dreamer with vision beneath the laughter and noise. A future so bright waiting for the right choice. Benefactor boy, dreaming about the world he can't deploy. Changing the system, but treated like a toy. Ideas misunderstood, but brilliance is his boy. Benefactor boy, can't you hear his voice?
We're in the middle of a hostile government takeover. I wanna talk about it, but I'll be late for work. And if you're saying, wait a minute, do we have to stop this? We had one, but you didn't want that lady in office. Hostile government takeover. Hostile government. Now that we're a part of a Nigerian prince scam, surprise, surprise, it end up being a white man. Oh, I just want to know, what the hell do I do? I drink. And if you say, wait a minute, do we have to stop this? We had one, but you didn't want that lady in office. Hostile government. Take over. Hostile government. Late for work. Hostile government. Take over. Hostile government. Late for work.
All right. Welcome back to the real world, everybody. The Red Pill series is your key to unlocking forbidden, the hidden, and the truths they don't want you to know. I'm the Benefactor, and today we step beyond the veils once again. This isn't just a breakdown, it's a revelation of the mind. Today we're uncovering the suppressed knowledge, decoding the real mechanisms of the control, and revealing the forces that shape your reality from the shadows. The deception runs deep, but the truth is even deeper. In this deep dive, we will be breaking down the Orwellian economic trap and how the elites manipulate currency, manufacture crises, and keep the masses enslaved through debt. The system isn't just failing, it's working exactly as designed. Time to expose the game, ladies and gentlemen. So buckle up, because today's breakdown will challenge everything you thought was real. Be prepared for a revelation of realization right here on BeneficenceTV. Just a quick anti-sellout disclaimer. A friendly reminder to all our viewers out there, this channel is proudly brought to you by absolutely nobody. No corporate overlords, no shady deals. This channel is brought to you by you, the people. So if you like what we do here, smash the like button, drop a comment, share our stream with someone you think would value it, and if you really want to fuel the next industrial revolution, check out my Patreon or YouTube memberships. As always, we have 3 segments lined up for you today in the Red Pill series. The first is my Red Pill analysis, which encompasses both my own unique contributions as well as playing off some well-established theory. Next up will be Marks My Words, a segment where I attempt to make connections and parallels with my analytics, and finally my State of the Union address, where I go over some current events and some important messages to emphasize to the country. All right, let's play the intro, and then we'll get into segment 1, my Red Pill analysis.
The capitalist system is everywhere. It is all around us, even now in this very room. You can see it when you look out your window or when you turn on the TV. You can feel it when you go to work, when you pay your taxes, when you struggle to afford your rent. It is the world that has been pulled over your eyes to blind you from the truth, that you are a slave. You're just a product, a worker meant to build wealth for someone else. But what they don't understand, what they can never understand,
thank you,
is
Anastasia,
this.
for the
While
membership.
they've sat idle, hoarding the wealth of your labor, you have been preparing.
Lose it.
Every hour you've worked, every struggle you've faced has refined you. Your struggle is your training, and you've been training your entire life. But there is a difference between knowing the path and walking the path. We've survived by hiding from them, by running from them, but they are the gatekeepers. They are guarding all the doors. They are holding all the keys, which means that sooner or later, we all are going to have to face them. I've seen a capitalist buy through a murder charge. Men have emptied entire bank accounts at them and hit nothing but air. Yet their strength and their speed are still based in a world that is built from a tiny minority. Because of that, they will never be as strong or as fast as we all can be together. But I can only show you the door. You are the one who has to walk through it.
What are you trying to tell me? That I can dodge bullets?
No, Neo. I'm trying to tell you that when you're ready, you won't have to.
Welcome to the real world.
Yes, welcome back to the real world, ladies and gentlemen. All right, let's go into my red pill analysis. So, oh my God, the stock market is not looking good. Trump is crashing the stock market, and we have a quick video to go into before my segment on the myth of Chinese theft. So that's a big one as well, but we need to look at this for a second. And I'm going to bring this up on the screen, because I captured this myself a couple days ago. So the stock market is not looking good, and I have an analysis of this, why the stock market isn't actually a perfect reflection of the economy, but is actually a reflective mirror of what's happening now. So let us I think I actually, yeah, I have a video we're gonna watch real quick before I jump into the analysis.
The U.S. economy is in deep trouble. Hello everybody, David Schuster here. Public panic is mounting, and now investors on Wall Street, frustrated with the Trump administration, have begun a market sell-off, triggering this.
The stock market closed out the week with the worst day of the year so far. The Dow losing 748 points. The NASDAQ and S&P also were off.
The major averages are not only lower on the day, they're lower on the week. And the Dow, the S&P, and the NASDAQ are now also lower for the month of February so far.
The latest hit to the U.S. economy in wake of Trump tariff threats and labor shortages involves public confidence, or the lack of it. Consumer sentiment, according to experts, drives about 70% of all U.S. economic activity. And a new report shows that consumer confidence under Trump has plummeted.
A study this week from the University of Michigan finds consumer confidence is down nearly 10% from last month, the lowest it's been in more than a year.
Is there a person in this country that isn't concerned that prices are not going to keep going up?
In his first month in office, Trump has presided over rising prices for gasoline and basic food necessities, including eggs. It's a stark contrast with the drops that Trump had pledged during his presidential campaign.
I will immediately bring prices down starting on day one.
But things have not gone as promised. The latest consumer price index showing inflation rising to 3%, up a tick from January and a whole point higher than the Federal Reserve's goal of 2%.
Some prices are rising because of basic supply and demand. The Trump migrant worker deportations have depleted the labor force in the food and construction industries, so there are not enough workers to keep up with market demand, causing scarcity and causing higher prices. In dozens of industries, services are taking longer and productivity is dropping because of the Trump federal workforce firings. Project 2025 called for 50,000 federal workers to be fired, but as the New York Times reports, Trump officials escalate layoffs, targeting most of 200,000 workers on probation. It is prompting leading economists, including Jesse Rothstein, to write, "It seems almost unavoidable at this point that we are headed for a deep, deep recession. Just based on 200,000 in federal firings and pullback of contracts, the March unemployment report, to be released April 4th, seems certain to show bigger job losses than any month ever, outside of a few in 2008 and 2009 and 2020. High-profile Democratic lawmakers are echoing the concerns.
I don't mean to be gloom and doom, but when you have somebody that is firing people from the 15th largest employer in the world, which is the federal government, and then when you are saying, let's kick out these amazing people that have actually contributed to our country in the form of building our homes, as you're complaining about the cost of homes. When you're talking about people that are going and working the farms, as you're complaining about the cost of food, as you're getting rid of people that are working on bird flu, and you're like, oopsie, didn't realize that's what you were doing. We are living with this incompetent administration that is literally driving us to a recession at warp speed. And all I can say is hold on to your money and make sure that you have a way to make money even if you lose your job, because there are people that believe that, oh, I don't work for the federal government, so I'm fine. But that's not the case.
Polling shows most Americans understand the connection between mass layoffs and economic turmoil, as well as the connection between government incompetence and public instability. And making everything even more simple, instead of costs dropping under Trump, prices are rising.
So, Mr. Lanius had a good question. What's going on, Mr. Lanius? Mr. Lanius writes, I thought liquidation was good since the market is way too overloaded. So, from my perspective, liquidation might deflate inflated prices, but it also does harm workers and small businesses the most. And that's because the wealthy can weather downturns, and they often buy up these cheap assets, increasing inequality between, working class and corporate class. So true change requires addressing the powers and wealth concentration, not just making fluctuations. And that's what I try to do. I try to go to the root of the issue, which is the organization of labor within a corporate business. And by addressing those internal contradictions, specifically between the employer and an employee, by eliminating that relationship, by making the employee the employer, you essentially eliminate the internal contradictions of the business and decrease wealth inequality, because after all, you don't need the government to step in and regulate via taxes and social safety nets in an attempt to redistribute wealth. You don't need the government to have to step in to redistribute wealth if you distribute it equitably in the first place. So you don't have these CEOs taking massive checks while their massive amount of workers who do most of the work rely on food stamps or have to borrow money to send their kids to college. That's not the world that I want to live in. And that is not what I recommend when you set up a business. You want to make it something where you eliminate that internal contradiction. In my opinion, that is the most efficient system. So, and by the way, that is not a capitalist way of organizing production. It is more of a socialist way of organizing production, and it does work. So it's an example of socialism that does work. Mondragon Corporation, which is a worker cooperative, is the 7th largest corporation in Spain. And Spain is a massive country. So just keep that in mind. All right, so this plays into the presidential paradoxes. Why markets don't wait. This is an argument that I've heard over and over again. The president inherited a bad economy, okay? And we're going to get into this because while there is some truth to it, it's largely misdeception. So I've heard this argument more times than I can actually count. Trump inherited Biden's bad economy. So sure, the economy was bad under Biden, but in my opinion, newsflash, the American economy has been bad for decades. But when someone says there is a latency between presidencies and the economic effects, that is only partly true. While it may be true for things like unemployment and policy decisions that affect workers' material conditions, the stock market is different. If the stock market is crashing, it's largely a reflection of what's happening now with the economy, not necessarily what happened before. The stock market, remember, is a reactionary mirror of the current social situation. So the relationship between presidencies, economic policies, and their effects is complex and varies depending on the specific economic indicator in question. So let's break this down a little further and talk about latency and economic effects. Regarding unemployment and material conditions, these policies enacted during a presidency, such as tax reforms, infrastructure spending, or labor regulations, often take time to ripple through the economy. For example, a stimulus package might take months or even years to fully impact job creation and wage growth. This is why unemployment rates and other material conditions for workers often reflect decisions made by previous administrations. Long-term investments. Similarly, policies that encourage or discourage long-term investments may not show immediate results, but can shape the economy years later. Examples are investments in education, technology, and infrastructure. But let's juxtapose this against the stock market as a reactionary force, which it largely is. The immediate reflection of the stock market, which is often described as a forward-looking mechanism, But it also has a highly reactive. It's also highly reactive to current events. Investors respond to real-time data, such as earning reports, geopolitical developments, and economic indicators, with examples like GDP growth, inflation rates, and the like. If the market is crashing or surging, it is often a response to what is happening now, or what investors anticipate in the near future. So while the stock market can be influenced by presidential actions like trade policies, regulatory changes, or Federal Reserve appointments, these effects are often felt quickly rather than a long delay. For instance, a sudden tariff announcement or a change in interest rates could cause immediate volatility and decrease somebody's likelihood to take the leadership seriously. So they lose faith in the leadership. Investors losing faith while the stock market crashes. And the stock market is also driven by investor sentiment. So it can be shaped by perceived competence or stability of the presidency. However, this sentiment is often tied to current events rather than past policies, and that must be emphasized. And the disconnect between markets and the broader economy can be emphasized by looking at the stock market versus the main street. It's important to note that the stock market is not always a perfect reflection of the broader economy. A booming stock market doesn't necessarily mean the average worker is thriving, just as a market crash doesn't always indicate widespread economic suffering. The market is influenced by a narrow segment of the economy, such as public traded companies. It can be swayed by speculative behavior. Currently, 93% of the stock market is owned by the 10% of American income earners. Oh, just lost my battery. So the stock market tends to focus on short-term gains and losses, while the broader economy, like wages, employment, and productivity, operate on a longer timeline. This disconnect can create the illusion that the market and the economy are moving in opposite directions. Some historical examples of this: in the 2008 financial crisis, the stock market crash in 2008 was a reaction to the immediate collapse of the housing bubble and the ensuing financial panic. But the roots of the crisis, such as deregulation, risky lending practices, and speculative behavior, have been building for years under previous administrations, and really started during the Reagan administration's push for corporate deregulation, specifically under Wall Street. So a lot of this had to do, and specifically was originated with Ronald Reagan and his dumbass. Regarding the COVID-19 pandemic, in 2020, the stock market initially crashed in response to the sudden economic shutdowns and uncertainty caused by the pandemic. However, it rebounded quickly due to massive fiscal and monetary stimulus, even while unemployment remained high and many businesses struggled. This is because while DC was more focused on recovering Wall Street rather than Main Street, they were focused more on giving corporations big bailouts than the people the big bailouts they needed to survive. That's why we were all struggling so much, and we still are struggling. Conclusion: the stock market is more of a reactionary mirror to current events and investor sentiment, while other economic indicators like unemployment or wage growth often reflect the lagged effects of past policies. Something that I actually forgot to mention was the GameStop incident, where we had a bunch of a community online actively influence the stock market. So that's something that is important to note here. It's an example of what can actually happen. You can have somebody actually influence the stock market. Elon Musk can say, hey, yeah, we have a big contract, and it can influence the stock market. That's why he does that. It's a manipulation factor. He knows when he goes out there and says certain things, people will say, oh, I'm going to dump my stock, or I'm going to gain, I'm going to try to gain some stock. So these distinctions are crucial for understanding how different aspects of the economy interact with political leadership and why the stock market alone is not a comprehensive measure for economic growth of the everyday average working people. Oh. All right, so just a quick Freedom Fund pitch here. On Beneficence TV, we don't take sponsorships because we actually like telling the truth. We don't have any corporate strings or muzzles, just raw independent research into ending fascism and unlocking zero-point energy. Our only sponsors are you. So please hit the like button, subscribe, and share if you really want to power the cause. Check out my Patreon and YouTube membership, where you'll find exclusive behind-the-scenes content and get the first glance into all my vortex coil research before it goes public. We're going to take a quick intermission before we go into my next segment, which is Marks My Words. And this is a segment on the chapter of, it's a chapter on the myth of the corporate theft. So that's the corporate theft argument of China. You know, Chinese stealing our corporate data, China's stealing all our ideas, and blah, 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 blah. You know, I've heard this time and time and time again. And this needs to be addressed because it is a giant logical fallacy. And when you actually get to the root of the issue and see the picture in whole for what it actually is, you kind of come to the realization that this argument is pretty weak. And honestly, it's well crafted in the way that it's propaganda. It's meant to enrage you. It's honestly a form of agitprop in a way. Not the best agitprop I've seen, but agitprop, meaning agitative propaganda, propaganda meant to get you angry. Like when I say socialism and, you know, people get angry. Oh, socialism never worked. Oh, I can't believe you still believe in socialism. You know, well, newsflash, socialism is capitalism's dark shadow. Socialism represents the critique of capitalism. So you can't have one without the other. Okay? To say that I can't believe you still believe in socialism is such an ignorant argument if you actually understand what socialism is, because it isn't just one thing. Okay? Socialism is many different things. It's a wide variety of different movements and theories and activist motives that often contend or contradict one another. In reality, my version of socialism is completely different than the USSR-style socialism or the Chinese-style socialism or the social democracy we have in the Netherlands. So saying, I can't believe socialism never worked, is fucking stupid. So, we have versions of socialism that work right now, specifically worker cooperatives. And that's my version of socialism. Democratize the enterprise. If you really truly believe in democracy, put your money where your mouth is, you know, and form a worker cooperative where the workers actually own the business themselves and they get one vote per worker. And they make decisions collectively. This often plays out to be more efficient because at the end of the day, when you're being ripped off of your boss, you're not going to walk all the way up the stairs of your big ass building to turn the lights off if you forgot to at the end of the day. But if you're personally invested in the business and part owner to it, and you're tied to its actual success, then yeah, you're going to fucking walk up those goddamn steps because you care about the goddamn business that you're personally invested in. And that version of socialism is my version, and it has worked. And it is working. So with that, we're going to go into an intermission. And I'll be back with more on the Red Pill series, right here on Beneficence TV.
Mike does cracks to good tonight. Oh, yeah. Oh.
And in the depths of shadowed halls, I wandered all alone, casting whispers, binding chains, demons of my own. Toxic deafening, down spread on my frail soul. I once spin my mirror, haunted by my role. But in the echoes of my cries, just still I emerge. God in the depths of his oppression. It's the rise of a true nation.
But have you ever... You might have heard a Joule Thief circuit hum to you before, but have you ever heard a Joule Thief circuit actually sing to you? This is energy recycling. 15.5 hours of continuous power compared to just 2.5 hours off of a standard inverter. While this traditional inverter already maxes out at 88.5% efficiency, we're breaking every limit with my Vortex coil system. This standard DC to AC inverter will only run for 2.5 hours on 12.2 watt hours of energy. But my system provides energy for a whopping 15.5 hours off of the same 12.2 watt hours. That's over 6 times more efficient. Not only that, the system will keep powering my lights well past 12 volts on the battery. This isn't just an upgrade, it's a new industrial revolution. This is the energy of the future, and you are powering it. Imagine a world where energy is infinite, where the power to fuel our lives doesn't come from burning the past, but from harnessing the future. This is the breakthrough that changes everything. 0-point energy, the power of the universe itself, unlocked, and you are the reason it is possible. While the world sleeps, you're awake. While others talk, we are building. This isn't just technology, it's a revolution. And it's happening right now, powered by you. So thank you so much for joining me here on Beneficence TV and supporting our goals in open sourcing 0-point energy technology and disseminating all forms of forbidden knowledge.
Changing the system, we're treated like a toy. Ideas are misunderstood, but brilliance is his boy. Benefactor boy, can't you hear his voice?
And you can see light rush towards the garage door. Eventually, reflected light has enough time to bounce around and the whole scene fills up with light.
Did you see?
Basically, what I derived from that was that there weren't very many solutions to our energy problems. We had solar, wind, geothermal, and others, but all of those depended on finite resources. So, and we can make those statements now with confidence because we have working solutions that are showing energy increases and efficiency gains. You know, we took from that the only working solutions were energy devices that people have made for themselves. So we began studying a practical guide to free energy. And through those 15 chapters, the one thing that resonated most with us was the rodent coil. Basically what that means is that in that bundle of 12, 6 wires are going in this direction and 6 wires are going in that direction. Basically what that does is it creates a standing wave or an energy collision that then turns into high voltage resonance, which isn't supposed to happen with a one-to-one coil. Another thing that we found is that these coils are able to create low voltage ozone. That's something that doesn't happen. The only time you get ozone production is corona discharge of high voltage.
Exactly.
High voltage power lines and things like that. Finally, we have been able to replicate the magnetic monopole that many people have been talking about previously online.
In the shadows of capitalism's dark secrets, join us on a thrilling new show. Get ready to be inspired, enraged, and empowered as we delve into the benefactor's guide to free energy devices.
Only on Beneficence TV.
Alright, welcome back to another special episode of the pregame show for our League of Extraordinary Inventors Friday podcast. I'm your host, the Benefactor. I'm an independent researcher looking into all forms of forbidden knowledge. We're going to start today with a lecture on the Aether. So, let me give you the guide. It's in the description, but I like to post it in the chat as well, so you guys have it. And I'll also put it up on the screen for those who can't actually follow along in an extra tab, like if you're on your phone or something. Elijah says the music makes him feel like he's in an anime. Yes, that's the idea. It's epic, and it's made to be epic. Alright, give me 1 second. I'm going to load it up in another tab so I can post it in the chat for you guys. There it is. And as you can see, in an attempt to not only try to get more subscribers, but to eliminate some trolls, I enabled the subscriber-only chat. Now, you don't have to wait in order to subscribe and chat in, but I did do that for a reason, just to weed out some of the people who aren't serious about this stuff and just want to tease us. Alright, so I put the pregame show guide in the chat for you guys. I'm going to load it up here on the screen as well. Alright, so, as I've said before, this is our pre-game show for the League of Extraordinary Inventors. That will be hitting off at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time as per usual. I like to take this opportunity before the show to Alright. Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back to the Red Pill series. I'm the Benefactor, and now is a segment I like to call Marks My Words. This is a chapter on the myth of the Chinese theft, a misconception that I'm going to deconstruct for you right now. So, the claim that China stole American technology is a central talking point in right-wing discourse, but it lacks nuance and context that needs to be emphasized. From a Marxist perspective, this narrative serves to obscure the real mechanisms of capitalist exploitation and global economic dynamics. Instead of addressing the structural conditions that led to the outsourcing of manufacturing and technological knowledge, this argument shifts the blame onto a foreign adversary, fostering nationalism and economic scapegoating. So, capitalism, innovation, and the nature of theft. Under capitalism, the free flow of ideas and technology is common and inevitable. Corporations regularly appropriate, modify, and improve upon existing technologies. The entire history of industrial development has been marked by such theft. Western nations, including the US, have long engaged in the same practices they now decry when others do it. For example, the United States borrowed heavily from British industrial techniques in the 19th century. Silicon Valley thrives on open source projects and academic research, much of which is derived from global collaboration. American companies frequently engage in corporate espionage, reverse engineering, and aggressive patent acquisition to maintain dominance. There we go. ChatGPT is open source, and the fact that DeepSeek is doing it better is not a stolen idea, but rather a natural evolution of technology. Yet the focus on China as a unique villain in this regard ignores these broader historical patterns. Regarding the bargain, outsourcing in exchange for technology, this is essential to recognize that American corporations did willingly transfer technology to China in exchange for access to cheap labor and vast manufacturing infrastructure. This was not theft, but a calculated business decision driven by profit motives. Again, we had massive amounts of outsourcing because China had the infrastructure for vast manufacturing and it had the cheap labor available. American companies went to that cheap labor and infrastructure. In exchange for that, they gave them access to technology, right? They had to have access to that technology in order to make it. And that was part of the deal. U.S. companies set up joint ventures in China knowing that technology sharing was often a condition for market access. Multinational corporations trained Chinese engineers and built research facilities in China to maximize production efficiency. The globalization of supply chains meant the knowledge transfer was inevitable and part of the outsourcing process itself. So this reality contradicts the simplistic notion that China simply stole technology rather than Western capitalists handing it over in pursuit of greater profits. It uses nationalism as a distraction from class struggles. The fixation on China as an economic antagonist serves to redirect working class frustrations away from the failures of capitalism and towards an external enemy. By blaming China, the ruling class avoids scrutiny for the offshoring of jobs that devastated American manufacturing towns, the erosion of labor protections and decline of union power in the U.S., and the concentration of wealth among corporate elites who profit from globalization. Instead of questioning why American workers were left behind, the right-wing narrative insists that China stole property from them. This narrative fuels reactionary nationalism rather than class consciousness. So the idea that China uniquely engages in technological theft is a distraction from the broader realities of global capitalism. U.S. corporations and policymakers actively facilitated the transfer of technology to China in pursuit of profit. The real betrayal of American working class came from their own ruling class, not from the Chinese industrial policy. By shifting the conversation from nationalist scapegoating to analysis of global capitalist exploitation, we can begin to deprogram right-wing economic myths and refocus attention on the real struggle, the struggle between labor and capital, not nations against one another, not immigrants versus us, labor versus capital. The revolution will be scheduled on Beneficence TV, but not broadly broadcasted on the mainstream. Remember, the revolution will not be televised, and that should be a telling in its own right. Real change happens gradually and then all of a sudden. That doesn't mean it is spontaneous, but for decades nothing happens, and then in a few weeks it seems like decades happen. It's all about people's tolerances and thresholds to oppression. Distractions like technology also play a factor. If you can't even afford the distractions anymore, though, you have nowhere else to look but the boot on your face.
You don't schedule a revolution. Okay, but you do, though. You do. In my opinion, this is the kind of thinking that has led us to where we are now. Republicans have been strategic. They have played the long game. They have spent decades building to this point. They infiltrated school boards, local politics, local elections offices. They made sure they stacked the Supreme Court. They made sure that they had funding from billionaires, and they overturned legislation. They made sure they had gerrymandered districts. They made sure that they suppressed voting rights. They have played a multi-pronged strategic long game in their attempt to overthrow democracy and bring about fascism in the United States, to create a Christo-fascist state. Now, I think where they are going to run into trouble is that they have aligned themselves with technocrats who also have been playing a long game, at least for several years, but who don't really give a shit about Christo-fascism, and those folks have different goals and are going to be pulling, already are having tensions where they are grappling for power, and they are disagreeing and not wanting to submit to each other. And I hope that will contribute to their downfall. But it is such a fallacious way of thinking that like revolutions happen spontaneously. This sounds like a very chronically online leftist take. Like all of the tankies and accelerationists before the election who are making comments like they hoped that Kamala would lose because...
So if you're from the right and you're not familiar what a tanky is, it just goes to show you that there is more to socialism than meets the eye. So if you just listen to what socialism is from people like Ben Shapiro, Jordan Peterson, or people from the right who are just critics of it and don't really understand it, and don't actually go to the people who support it and do understand it and have studied it, you're not really going to get a full picture. You have to look at both, right? If you go, an analogy here that Richard Wolff likes to play is like, when studying something, you're not going to say, take a household, you're going to study a household, a family. You're not going to take two children, right? You're not going to just interview one child, the child who says the family is great, and not the child who says the family is terrible. You want to interview both children. You want to interview the critic and the supporter, right? That's the idea. And then you draw your conclusion from there. You don't just look at one. And that's what I do. I look at both sides before I make my conclusion. So the idea that if getting your information about socialism from the right wing only, it obfuscates what the actual ideas of socialism are, and the fact that you're not going to understand that tanky is completely different than my version of socialist. Tanky is a USSR style socialism. A tanky is a supporter of that style socialism of total government control over corporations, basically replacing corporate CEOs with government officials. So it's basically a entire public socialization of the economy through the government sector. So it's a completely different style of socialism than my style of socialism, which is simply democratizing the enterprise and largely ignoring the government and all the nonsense politics that largely don't really make a difference in the long run. So by that, you know the distinction now, and that we are two completely different entities. And the fact that socialists have argued from the start about what socialism is or what socialism should be should be another indicator that you need to look into this a little further. If you're just lumping all this into one general category, really the only thing all socialists have in common is that we think we can do better than the current economic system. Other than that, we fight all the time, more so than the fight between, you know, left versus right, or, you know, pro-capitalist versus anti-capitalist. So you want to get the thesis and the antithesis before you form your synthesis. Again, this goes back to the dialectical analysis of, you know, whatever you're trying to apply it for.
Because getting Trump elected would bring about a revolution where they had no plan whatsoever to implement either their communist or their socialist vision, no structure, no scaffolding whatsoever. There was just this kind of blind and naive hope that if
we
Trump
might
gets
do a mini lab
elected,
later.
America will fall, and there will
I
be
do
a
have some
power
things I want to get
vacuum,
into
and
maybe with the
somehow
mini lab
magically
in a little bit,
they'll
but
get a revolution and get what they want.
that won't
when
be
in
for
reality,
a
what
little
happened
bit.
was exactly
I need to
what
be
we
able
all told them
to.
would
I need to be
happen,
sure that I finish
which
up
is that the
before 4 o'clock though, because I do have to go to I do have to go to work by 4. So
fascists would seize control, work their darndest to dismantle
Okay,
democracy. I cannot stress enough what a completely foolish notion this is, that you don't schedule a revolution, that it's got to be some kind of spontaneous something or other. No, no. It takes planning and strategy and implementation. It has to be gamed out. The blockades in your way have to be anticipated. Contingency plans have to be made. Adaptability has to be built into the strategy. Like, I'm not a political scientist, but even I understand that the revolution absolutely has to be scheduled. The Christo-fascist revolution of the United States was scheduled 35, 40 years ago, and they have been slowly implementing, slowly feeding out their tendrils and getting their hooks in every part of the United States, every part of our culture and our government, our economy, our funding, shifting the culture, shifting the laws, shifting the media ecosystem, putting out propaganda. I have to give due credit to the right. They have been strategic, they have been methodical, they have been effective. And not only have Democrats had their head in the sand, but as I said on Blue Sky, like, they have been operating on this premise of like, oh, my GOP colleagues in Congress, like, they're reasonable people. We can work together. We are colleagues after all. And it's like, no, bro, I hate to tell you, but your colleagues were covert fascists and Nazis.
yeah, I mean, some of them literally wanted to hang some of y'all. So keep that in mind. Some of those fucking Marjorie Taylor Greene and all them fucking fascists, some of them wanted to fucking hang members of Congress like Nancy Pelosi. And as much as I don't like Nancy Pelosi's politics and the fact that she does insider trading and all that shit that most, you know, Congress men and women participate in, it doesn't mean I want somebody to be hanged. That's disgusting. That's violence is a weak and uncalculated response. So the fact that you have to use violence for any kind of response other than defending yourself, it denotes laziness, in my opinion. So a quick sellout free zone sponsor segment here. This message is not brought to you by Big Oil, Big Tech, or Big Anybody. Nope. We stay independent here on Beneficence TV so we can keep the truth flowing. If you believe in that mission, you can support us directly through Patreon or YouTube memberships. If you feel inspired by my analysis and research, super chats are always helpful and most appreciated. So remember to like, subscribe, and share if you're into truth. And also, we are doing a little goal. We have it up in the top right corner. We're going to try to, in the next 30 days, get 100 subscribers. All right, so we're going to go into a quick refresher on the exploitation of a domestic economy, because this is something that I also want to emphasize to a lot of you out there who even are familiar with Marxian analysis. But this often gets overlooked. So actually, you know what? Before we go into that video, we're gonna do the refresher video that I made, and then we're gonna go into the context video. So let's open that first. Un momento. There we go.
A Marxist analysis of Twitch. Today on The Social Situation, I'd like to talk about an issue of labor exploitation that has been devoid of Marxist analysis.
Is very relevant, though.
I'm the benefactor, and this is The Social Situation of Twitch.
Well, I thank you for your question, but I have to say we're capitalists.
Hello everyone, Benefactor here. This is the first episode of The Social Situation where we talk about a wide variety of topics using a Marxist lens. Before we get into the internal contradictions and class conflict within Twitch, I need to put things in perspective with an introduction on material analysis outside of a wage market. You can learn more about the basics and history of Marxism through my interview on Facebook with Azure Scapegoat, linked to in the video description below.
Unfortunately, that interview got deleted.
It's true that Marxism can be used as a tool to understand a multitude of systems within a wide variety of scientific fields, from anthropology, socioeconomics, political science, and much more. To apply the dialectic analysis on material within a system such as the family household where labor is produced, you can begin to see how class conflict is possible outside a wage market. Marxism suggests that wherever there is a division of labor beyond one's sustenance, there must also be a surplus of value to that labor regardless of any physical contract. Within any household, there is an undefined amount of necessary labor to be done. Cooking, cleaning, maintenance, etc. You also have a total amount of undefined free time to appropriate to said labor. In that context, any labor generated outside of sustaining yourself is considered surplus value, after which there is the decision of how to distribute this surplus. If I live with a spouse, and we both have a specific amount of free time to address the necessary labor, but I appoint all the work to the female, this can create class conflict within a feudal household that exposes an internal contradiction. The contradiction of a man constantly struggling to do less labor within the house, and a woman always struggling to do more while trying to maintain loyalty and love to one another. Let's switch our focus for a minute from the household to a thriving online capitalist society, which currently seems to be isolated from objective Marxist critique. That is until now.
Dun dun dun. If you want to watch the rest of the Social Situations Season 1, Episode 1, a Marxist analysis of Twitch's class struggles, my own unique perspective and analysis that you won't find anywhere else, you can find that on my page. Is literally, I think, the third thing I posted. So you have to go to older videos, sort by older, and it should pop up. It's the first episode of The Social Situation, but it is one of the most important and still being ignored. Nobody has still talked about this. I wrote this analysis, not just this video. I had this analysis written before I even made the video of it for years. I had a written analysis that I did of Twitch's class struggles that nobody was talking about. And on Facebook, like, nobody was reading it. You know, I wasn't getting much activity. They kind of, like, you know, nuked my page a lot. So eventually nobody was really reading my posts. And it was kind of sad to see. I had 10,000 followers on Facebook, so I had this huge analysis written out, and it was just a shame nobody was seeing it, so I needed to bring it to a different platform. I brought it to YouTube with this nice video, and it did a little better. I'm not gonna lie, it's not doing as well as I thought it would, but still nobody's fucking talking about it. So if you really are interested in my analysis of Twitch and some of the fucked up things that go on there, definitely give this a watch. I'll post the link in the chat for you guys. All right, so that's episode 1 of The Social Situation, and that's the chapter we just watched, the chapter on the exploitation in a domestic economy, which fits in here to this video we're gonna watch now.
I'm somebody who has worn a lot of hats in my 45 years of life. I've been a science teacher. I've taught knitting classes at a yarn shop. I have done wild bird rehab, including raptor handling. I've worked at a zoo. I've been a WIC breastfeeding peer counselor. I have been the primary caregiver for my blind father, who later went on to have dementia. I ran a gardening program for a local food bank. I was a roller derby referee at the top of the sport. I'm a YouTuber with a large permaculture garden. I'm a beekeeper. I've raised turkeys. I keep ducks and chickens. I have an extensive orchard. I've written for multiple publications about sustainable food systems. I'm an unschooling.
Again, this is Park Rose Permaculture on YouTube. If you like her content, please go and subscribe. She's great. She's got a lot of good social commentary that's very relevant.
Parent of 4 children. But throughout all of that time, my primary vocation has been that of homemaker. Whenever I have worked for an income, I have worked part-time. And the majority of what I do is running my household and raising my children. And I have worked all these other jobs and worn these other hats or been self-employed the entire time that I've done that. And I think there's a lot of misconception that folks who are homemakers as their primary profession, like that's the only thing that you can do. The majority of us work for some kind of income. And I've talked about this a lot on my YouTube channel, so if you want to learn more, go over there. I have a whole playlist, a whole segment on my YouTube that's called Hausfrau Friday, where I try and talk about homemaking and domestic skills and philosophy. And I think it's super important that we don't conflate homemaking with tradwifery, right? I am not a trad wife. And in fact, I have a number of videos on this on my YouTube. My favorite book on homemaking is called Radical Homemakers by Shannon Hayes. And it is about homemaking from a feminist perspective, from an anti-capitalist perspective. One of the reasons that I embrace homemaking so much, and I feel that it should be open to anybody of any gender, whether or not you're married, whether or not you have kids, is because it is restoring the value and understanding the necessity of the skills, the labor, the expertise that homemakers bring to society. In a capitalist system, work that is done, that is necessary and vital, but is not tied to a paycheck, is completely devalued. It goes under the radar. Our work is seen as menial. It is seen as inherently less than, because we don't get a big fat paycheck from it. But all of those folks who are drawing a paycheck, their work would not be possible without the work of homemakers behind them, without the work of caregivers, taking care of raising children, caring for elders, caring for disabled folks, doing all of the necessary domestic work that keeps a household running, that balances the budget, that pays the bills, that manages everything that needs to be done to keep a family operational. And I've said this a number of times lately, I think that those of us that are homemakers have an extensive list of skills that are necessary in the fight against fascism, in getting our communities organized, in helping us build those necessary connections and infrastructure in order to topple the fascist coup, the attempt to take over American democracy. We are really good with budgeting. We're really good with allocating resources. We're really good with building connections and setting up childcare, elder care, transportation. We're really good with making sure people get fed. Homemakers, women, mothers, we are uniquely positioned for this period in history to bring our skills to the table and to help make all of the difference. So right after I posted a video that was like, we as women, as homemakers, we are massively underestimated by folks like Musk and Yarvin, who of course are not going to see women as having any intrinsic value or ability or intelligence or skills, but definitely they aren't going to see homemakers that way because our labor is not tied to a paycheck. And those technocrats, all they care about is money. All they care about is twisting capitalism into something that benefits their fascist ideology, their envisioning of a future feudal state in which they are the overlords and we are all the parasite class that serves them. Right after I talked about that, I saw this video. My mutual hawk had duetted it, and I went back and watched the entire thing. So I want to play a little bit, and I want to talk about it because it's a MAGA man lamenting the fact that he doesn't have a trad wife to take care of him.
Why is it so hard to find a traditional woman?
Brace yourselves for the whining.
Why is it so hard to find a woman that wants to do some old school shit? You know? Like, I don't want to do this shit. This shit meaning running around to the bank
you mean
and
being
dealing
a grown
with
up?
that and dealing with this stupid fucking shit. I just went to the bank, tried to pull some money out. I've used the card, it's payday. All of a sudden my card doesn't work. All of a sudden I can't pull money.
This kind of mindset of self-entitlement to the patriarchy, it's very sad to still see, but you know, it's remnants of kind of like the boomer generation mentality, old traditions. They die hard, but you know, not talking about them, it doesn't do you any good. You have to address these issues, and one of them is the exploitation in the domestic economy. And it's not to say that we all have time to split everything even 50-50, but just making an effort to be fair is enough in most cases, and it does lead to a lot of internal contradictions and situations that could otherwise be avoided. Now, we're gonna end that and jump into my State of the Union address. This is going to be a fun one. We're going to do this State of the Union address and then move on to end it with some current events. So, all right. My State of the Union address for today is regarding Orwellian economics, the current social situation of America. We're going to do a breakdown of the dark parallels of our current situation in America to the dystopian novel and cautionary tale by English writer George Orwell. That novel being 1984. All right, so 2 minutes hate and manufactured enemies. Chaos is unfolding in America today. Between Trump's militia plan, economic collapse, and the scapegoating of immigrants, things are not looking good. Orwell's 1984 explores how eerily similar our present reality is to his dystopian vision. And we're going to explore this with some long passages from the novel and explore how those, and analyze how those parallel today's situation. It might be a little disturbing, but the novel is fascinating. And it is important to get into some of this stuff. So segment 1 of this State of the Union address on Orwellian economics will be on the manufacturing of enemies. And this is very critical in Orwell's message, and, well, quite frankly, it's a warning. His novel was a warning to the future. So fascism needs a permanent enemy to sustain itself, whether that be immigrants, political opponents, or a woke mob. So Trump's fear-mongering parallels this to Orwell's concept of a perpetual enemy. And this is an excerpt from Part 1, Chapter 1, the 2 minutes hate scene. Before the hate had proceeded for 30 seconds, uncontrollable exclamations of rage were breaking out from half the people in the room. The self-satisfied sheep-like face on the screen and the terrifying power of the Eurasians' army behind him were too much to be borne. Besides, the sight or even the thought of Goldstein produced fear and anger automatically. He was an object of hatred more constant than either Eurasia or Eastasia. Since the Oceania was at war with one of these powers, it was generally at peace with the other. But what was strange was that although Goldstein was hated and despised by everybody, although every day and 1,000 times a day, on platforms, on the telescreen, in newspapers and books, his theories were refuted, smashed, ridiculed, held up to the general gaze for the pitiful rubbish that they were. In spite of all of this, his influence never seemed to grow less. There were also whispered stories of a terrible book, a compendium of all the heresies, of which Goldstein was the author, and which circulated clandestinely here and there. It was a book without a title. People refer to it, if at all, simply as the book. But one knew of such things only through vague rumors. Neither the Brotherhood nor the book was a subject that any ordinary party member would mention if there was a way of avoiding it. The GOP's propaganda machine functions just like the 2 minutes hate, conditioning people into blind, violent obedience. Trump's talk of bloodbath elections and immigrant roundups mirrors the way Oceania keeps its population in a constant state of fear. Some tie-ins to this. So Trump and the GOP actively demonize immigrants as an existential threat, much like how Orwell's party frames Goldstein as an omnipresent enemy. The manufactured invasion narrative justifies extreme policies, such as private militia rounding up immigrants and cash bounties. The boot stamping on a human face forever. Segment 2, the machinery of oppression. Power is sustained through fear and suffering. Immigrant detention centers, private bounty hunters, and state violence. These all show how fascist governments don't just rule by force, but by active psychological warfare. This excerpt is from Part 3, Chapter 3, O'Brien explaining power to Winston. The real power, the power we have to fight for night and day, is not power over things, but power over man. How does one man assert his power over another, Winston? Winston thought. By making him suffer, he said. Exactly. By making him suffer. Obedience is not enough. Unless he is suffering, how can you be sure that he is obeying your will and not his own? Power is in tearing human minds to pieces and putting them together again in new shapes of your own choosing. The command of the party is, "Thou shalt not," followed by directives of absolute necessity. The object of persecution is persecution. The object of torture is torture. The object of power is power. Now you begin to understand me? If you want a picture of the future, imagine a boot stamping on a human face forever. The cruelty isn't a side effect, it's the point. Just like Orwell's Ministry of Love, modern fascist movements use pain and fear to make sure no one fights back. So don't expect anything to get better, for working class people at least, anytime soon. Some tie-ins here are the use of private militias in bounty hunting for immigrants. It's a clear example of state-sanctioned cruelty. The suffering inflicted isn't just a side effect, it's the goal. The immigration crackdown is designed not just to enforce laws, but to terrorize communities and consolidate power through fear. Segment 3. War is peace. Freedom is slavery. Ignorance is strength. So we're going to talk about control through language. Political language is manipulated to justify oppression. Example, calling immigrants illegal instead of people, calling fascists patriots. So, compare this to Orwell's Newspeak, where controlling words equals controlling thoughts. We're going to do an excerpt from Part 1, Chapter 5, which is Syme explaining Newspeak. Don't you see that the whole aim of Newspeak is to narrow the range of thought? In the end, we shall make thought crime literally impossible, because there will be no words in which to express it. Every concept that can ever be needed will be expressed by exactly one word, with its meaning rigidly defined and all its subsidiary meaning rubbed out and forgotten. And all its subsidiary meaning rubbed out and forgotten. Every year, fewer and fewer words, and the range of consciousness always a little smaller. Even now, of course, there's no reason or excuse for committing thought crime. It's merely a question of self-discipline, reality control. In the end, we shall make thought crime literally impossible, because there will be no words left in which to express it. The war on words is happening today, from banning books, attacking woke culture, mirrors Newspeak's goal for limiting critical thinking. When people can't describe oppression, they can't fight it, can they? When they don't know what the main criticism of capitalism is, socialism, they can't fight the oppressor that they have no idea exists in the first place. Without that critical analysis, you're just a slave who is unaware that he is a slave. You're a slave to sell your labor power for a wage. You're a slave to sell your labor power in order to survive. So some tie-ins to this segment 3 is just like 1984, modern authoritarianism twists reality, calling mass detainment freedom and state-sanctioned bounty hunting as law and order. The same institutions that supposedly ensure democracy are now instead used to suppress and control people, treating them not like people, but more like cattle. So, thought crimes in the suppression of dissent, segment 4, includes starvation and the proles. Economic collapses and growing poverty are not an accident, but a tool of control. The rich stay rich, while the poor are kept desperate and powerless. Let's read Part 1, Chapter 7 from 1984. Winston on the proles. If there was hope, it must lie in the proles, because only there in those swarming, disregarded masses, 85% of the population of Oceania, could the force to destroy the party ever be generated? The party could not be overthrown from within. Its enemies, if it had any enemies, had no way of coming together or even identifying one another. But the proles, if only they could somehow become conscious of their own strength, would have no need to conspire. They needed only to rise up and shake themselves like a horse shaking off flies. If they choose, they could blow the party to pieces tomorrow morning. Surely, sooner or later, it must occur to them to do that. And the proles could be a stand-in for the working class here. The working class needs to wake the fuck up. If we all get together as working class citizens of this country and choose to peacefully enact change, we can get it fucking done tomorrow. I goddamn guarantee it. God damn it, Bobby. Just like in 1984, the working class is the majority. But they are so beaten down by economic hardship that they never rise up. They don't even know they're being oppressed. Most of them, at least. But today, people are starting to wake up to that fact. People are starting to become aware that their boss has actively got his boot on their fucking face. Instead, they're fed distractions and scapegoats, like blame immigrants, not billionaires. Some tie-ins to this are Trump and the far-right weaponized language, labeling all opposition as woke or radical or socialist, communist, un-American. It's all synonymous to them. They don't make nuances or distinctions. They don't fucking care about the truth. They just care about controlling you through weaponized language. They attack education and books, banning words and ideas, just like newspeak. Again, if you really believed in the idea of freedom of speech and freedom of choice and education and the best education, you would want freedom of ideas as well. And I'm not talking about violent ideas. I'm talking about freedom of general opposition to mainstream ideas, right? If you have a class on capitalist economics and you truly believe in freedom, even if you believe in capitalist over socialist economics, you would want socialism to be taught in education as well, because you'd be so confident in your point of view that you could say, oh, I want people to learn about socialism so they don't want to invest in it, right? But no, instead we have people saying, no, we're not going to look at that. We're just going to ban it. We're going to not even think about it. We're just going to listen to what the critics have to say, and that'll be the end of it. And that's a very short-sighted way of doing things, because if you really believed in your idea of capitalism, you would not be afraid of its opposition. Just saying. Proles in starvation. Closing. The party's slogans are here. All the Orwellian tactics are being used against us today in America. We are actively living through the war is peace, freedom is slavery reality of the book. Let's close with Part 1, Chapter 1, Ministries of Truth, Love, Peace, and Plenty. The Ministry of Truth contained, it was said, 3,000 rooms above ground level, and corresponding ramifications below. Scattered about London, there were just 3 other buildings of similar appearance and size. So completely did they dwarf the surrounding architecture that from the roof of Victory Mansions you could see all 4 of them simultaneously. They were the homes of the 4 ministries between which the entire apparatus of the government was divided. The Ministry of Truth, which concerned itself with news, entertainment, education, and the fine arts. The Ministry of Peace, which concerned itself with war. The Ministry of Love, which maintained law and order. The Ministry of Plenty, which was responsible for economic affairs. See, it's very dystopian. Their names in Newspeak: Mini True, Mini Pax, Mini Love, and Mini Plenty. The Ministry of Love was the really frightening one. There were no windows in it at all. Nobody entered the Ministry of Love, and nobody came out, except a corpse. Excerpt Part 1, Chapter 7. Oh, no, we already went that part. Okay, sorry. That was a duplicate. My bad. So, mic drop moment, ladies and gentlemen. The crackdown on immigrants is not about security. It's about management and fear. It's about control. The economic crisis is not about mismanagement. It's about power and control. The war on words is not about protecting children. It's all about control. Tie-ins here are the economic instability, mass poverty, and starvation. It's economic instability, mass poverty, and starvation that keep people too beaten down to fight back. Just like in 1984, the working class today is kept in survival mode, preventing them from mobilizing against real opposition. But that's quickly changing, because soon we'll have nothing left to lose. And when that happens, people will start to wake up en masse like you've never seen before. So a final thought here, something to really think about if you've read the book 1984, is about Goldstein is the author of the theory and practice of oligarchical. Goldstein is the author of the theory and practice of oligarchical collectivism, and it's a book that slanders Big Brother. But was Goldstein even real, or was he simply made up propaganda to keep people in control? Now that's an important question. Even if it's not really a spoiler, because going into it, you want to keep that in mind. Was Goldstein even real? Or was he simply made up propaganda to keep people in control? They don't really touch on that. They don't tell you whether it is or not true. Honestly, it's up for debate whether that's true or not. But it's interesting to think about. Final thoughts and placement. Okay, so I want you to take a deep understanding and a deep go into a deep understanding of how words can be weaponized, right? You want to choose your words very carefully. Like, I'm very careful not to incentivize any kind of violence. Violence, I make very clear, is the wrong way. If you're choosing violence to solve your problems, other than defending yourself, immediately defending yourself, then you're taking the lazy path, in my opinion. So just final thoughts here is you want to think on how people use words, especially people in positions of power, because this plays into something called stochastic terrorism, which is the more power or influence you have, the bigger base or audience you have, the more responsibility you have to choose your words wisely, because those words can be weaponized and stochastically incite terrorism, like we saw on January 6th, when Trump, instead of telling his little gay army, the Proud Boys, to stand back, he told them to fight like hell. And then they proceeded to destroy government property and break into the DC building. So, and then he pardoned them. All right, enough of the State of the Union address. We're going to go into a quick intermission, and then we're going to close it out with some current events. If I have time, we might jump into the mini lab with some testing. I did want to do that. We might have a little interactive mini lab. But just a quick reminder here, you're the boss of Beneficence TV at the end of the day if you're a fan of our content and support our cause. I just want to remind everybody that Beneficence TV is a progressive media outlet with no sponsors. We are a progressive media outlet. We always have been and always will be. We don't accept sponsorships, meaning we don't have any puppet masters, no strings attached pulling us one direction or the other. It's just you. That means we answer to our viewers, not some corporation. So if you want to keep us going strong, hit that like button, subscribe, and check out our Patreon and YouTube memberships. You're the reason I can continue my important, unique analysis while open sourcing all my zero-point energy research. And I really appreciate all the memberships that have accumulated so far, all the recent YouTube memberships and the Patreon memberships. You guys are amazing. I've had a lot of super chats as well. Those really do help out. They literally help keep the lights on, so we really appreciate all the love and support. We're going to go to a quick intermission, and then we're going to come back with some current events.
And in the depths of shadowed halls, I wandered all alone, casting whispers, binding chains, demons of my own. I seek death name, now spread on my frail soul. I once filled my mirror, haunted by my role. But in the echoes of my cries, just still I emerge, guiding me to where my true results are. Now I rise from the shadows with wings of fire and sand, free from the chains of sorrow, while this path of forever defend. Shattered glass beneath my feet, scars I wear but dry. Stormy nights just turned to dawn, I wear truth as my guide. Anxiety's dissolved in the sun's golden ray. You see my destiny through time and space. The fears that once drew to reality, for in my heart a new world is proclaimed. Now I rise from the shadows with wings of fire and sand, free from the chains of sorrow, on this path I'll forever depend. With symmetry I find the power, less each granted by the hour. Together we will come away. Revolution calls and I'm not strong. Now I rise from the shadows with wings of fire and sand, free from the chains of sorrow, on this path I'll forever depend. In the depths of his oppression, it's the rise of a true nation.
John Hutchinson's story. It is late in the evening in Vancouver when young John Hutchinson hears something remarkable. An enthusiastic tinkerer of electronics, John has been listening to the static in-between station frequencies on the radio when he stumbles upon a sound. A frequency of 30 cycles per second, John hears what appears to him as giant coils attached to massive hydroelectric motors. Like many innovators before him, John was able to visualize these components in his head, reconstructing them like watching a movie play out on a silver screen. There have been many visionaries that claim to have this same ability, the ability to completely visualize a complex concept inferred from the tiniest bit of instinct. We have already discussed how Tesla, Buddha, and Einstein share possible connections in my parallel worlds theory. Fast forward a bit to when John was older. As an adult, he continued to experiment with high-voltage equipment and magnetic fields. He began to notice strange phenomena that defied conventional understanding. Metals seemed to bend or even levitate, and electrical components would behave in unexpected ways. These unexplainable results set the stage for the Hutchinson effect, a series of experiments that still spark debate and intrigue. Although his work was dismissed by many mainstream scientists, it planted seeds of curiosity in those willing to challenge the boundaries of established physics. John's hands-on approach, blending various fields of electromagnetism and energy, laid the groundwork for future researchers to explore unconventional concepts in energy, materials science, and gravity. In many ways, his experiments have continued to inspire modern scientists and inventors who dare to venture beyond the status quo. Though John Hutchinson's claims have never been fully verified under controlled scientific conditions, his influence is undeniable. His experiments challenge the rigid boundaries of traditional science and spark discussions that persist today. Concepts like anti-gravity, free energy, and unconventional material properties, once thought impossible, continue to inspire cutting-edge research in fringe science. Hutchinson's work lives on as a reminder that the limits of what we know are always shifting, and that scientific progress often comes from those who dare to think differently. In the years since, his influence can be seen in the work of modern inventors and theorists who continue to explore the potential for harnessing energy in ways that once seemed unimaginable. Hutchinson's legacy is one of curiosity, innovation, and the ongoing quest to understand the mysteries of the universe.
News of John's incredible discoveries spread like wildfire through the scientific community, and people from all walks of life attended John's humble home to see the effect in person. He had opened his laboratory to fellow researchers and curious minds, inviting them to witness the effect firsthand. One particular witness to the event would become close friends with John, George Hathaway.
In a world where innovation is stifled by greed and corruption, there lies a hidden truth that could revolutionize our way of life.
Lenny, what are you doing? Are you seriously pitching a new show right now? I didn't authorize this. My God, only 5 minutes into your new position as co-host, and you're already adding to my tight schedule.
Yes, sir, I manage that schedule. But I did notice you have an entire 2 days available during your week.
Wait. You're not talking about Saturday and Sunday, are you?
Of course, sir. You have 2 whole days where you're free to work on new content.
Lenny, those are my days off.
It's okay, sir. I know you'll manage just fine. I have faith in you.
Do robots have faith?
I do. I have faith that you won't screw it up again.
You know what? It's fine. Go ahead. I'll just build my cold fusion Lego set some other time.
It's Pond certified.
But I'm not telling them about my idea for a thunderstorm toilet. I'm gonna keep that baby close to my chest.
You know, that just sounds wrong.
It's a good idea. A toilet capable of turning any toxic human waste into, well, it turns into petroleum jelly.
Why petroleum jelly, sir?
You know what? I'm not sure. I don't think it's calibrated correctly.
Enough is enough. The world is at a breaking point. Catastrophic climate change, biosphere collapse, and a global energy crisis have been met with apathy, denial, and despair. The phrase unidentified flying object is a deliberately obfuscating term. What it really is an alternative energy and propulsion device, This is the real reason for the secrecy. These technologies, if they were disclosed, would end fossil fuels, pollution, and poverty overnight, and usher in a new era of abundance, freedom, and peace. Instead, they have been kept secret for over 100 years.
The more powerful the agency, the more powerful the group, the more powerful the cartel, the more they will resort not only to legal means, but to extra legal means to suppress their competition.
I said pretty early on, the problem is suppression. It wasn't really how do I make a free energy machine. It's how do I not get suppressed? Because what's the point?
Microscopic ball lightnings that when they discharge are tapping into that zero-point energy field and creating the motive force.
Boom! That's why the concussion from the thunderclap is so huge. There's this huge amount of energy that's actually sourced from the vacuum energy. All the dots connected. This is what's happening, right? So we need to make the thunderclap engine.
Imagine a future where clean, sustainable energy is not just a dream, but a reality. Discover the countless untold stories of free energy devices and the relentless battle against those who seek to suppress them for their own gain.
Black shelving. So someone comes along, they offer you $20 million for your device, it's a corporation, they put it on a shelf. Boom.
This power is something I have given my life for you the people.
Uncover the shocking tactics used by energy industries to control the narrative and maintain their grip on power.
You don't interfere with the big, powerful people. You don't put them out of business. They still have those 50-year leases on the lines and on the power transformers.
The Environmental Protection Agency is a bit of a dictatorial police agency.
A shadowy government with its own Air Force, its own Navy, its own fundraising mechanism, and the ability to pursue its own ideas of the national interest, free from all checks and balances, and free from the law itself.
This is real, usable power. It's stable. It is not transient. It is not noise. Behind the lamps, that little box is putting out all of that power, well over 500 watts, and yet it is receiving less than 1/3 of a milliwatt of input power. The rest of that power is coming out of the surging energy of the vacuum, and this little box that you see right here, solid state, no moving parts, is the vacuum triode that's doing this very practical and historical work.
But indeed, it put out more energy than it took in. He was shot at once with a silenced rifle from about 300 yards. It reads like a James Bond movie, but it's real.
There are men here that said they're FBI, and they got black vans, and they're taking all this equipment. What should I do?
It's called capture, where they try to rationalize away this problem and everything's fine.
From manipulation of patent authorities to infiltration of government agencies, the truth is stranger than fiction. But amidst the darkness, a glimmer of hope emerges in the form of renegade scientists and inventors who refuse to be silenced.
There is absolutely no question that T. Henry Morey had a system that produced about 50 kilowatts out of a 55-pound box.
In the shadows of capitalism's dark secrets, join us on a thrilling new show. Get ready to be inspired, enraged, and empowered as we delve into the benefactor's guide to free energy devices.
Only on BeneficenceTV.
So here's the negative input for the power. This is supposed to be where the negative terminal for the green, this negative terminal for the battery is supposed to go, and then this is the positive. So what I witnessed with this, with the other board, not that one, the other board with the breadboard, not the PCB. This is the PCB version. What I witnessed was disconnecting the negative load, because there is no negative power, it's just a negative load. It's all on the same rail. So disconnecting this negative proved that the 0.6 watt LED light bulb increased the efficiency tenfold or near it. So what we have now is the 40 watt, and I'm going to show you. This is the same setup. So basically what we do is we unhook both negative lines from the PCB, and we have the negative of the power going directly to the negative rail of our load. So the power is literally being forced back from the load's negative terminal, and its return path is directly to the negative terminal on the source, instead of going back through the PCB. Okay, so this is very interesting because we know that this isn't near the tuning. The 40 watt is too high. We disconnect this, and as you can see, it goes off, right? Like it's supposed to. But watch this. So we unhook, we unplug that. This is the 6 watt that's plugged in right here. The other one is for the 40. We unplug that. Now watch this. Plug this back in. Screw this on. Our indicator light goes off. It immediately starts singing, right? And watch this. We're going to unhook this. Okay, and that's when we get our efficiency gain. It starts slowing down on the draining of the battery starts slowing down a lot when we do this. Notice it's not humming anymore. So this is basically like taking this negative battery terminal, and instead of hooking it up to the negative input, we're basically hooking this right up to the negative of the load instead of the input power terminal. So that's very interesting. I'm going to have to update the schematic so I can give people a clear visual of how this connection actually works, because it's, you know, this setup's a little messy and confusing, but basically this is the power line that I have to my light bulbs. You see you have the white is the positive and the black is the negative. I've got some jumpers in both to go to the PCB, but the green, the negative terminal for the battery, is hooked directly up to the negative for the power line of the load. So it's going right to the battery. And normally, again, normally this would be unhooked, and this would be hooked into the power source pin, okay? And then we would normally plug in our negative for the load as well. Let's see, it goes on. Come on, there we go. See? It starts humming again. Let me take it off. We could actually add a push switch, a trigger switch here. Push button switch to prime the coil and saturate it with that energy as per Nathan's recommendations. So that's basically what we're doing. We're plugging it in, and then we're just unplugging it like a switch. But look, this goes off because it's connected to the power terminal. The indicator light goes on. So take this and just hook it directly up to there, and it goes back on. But I don't think the efficiency reduces until you actually, yeah, it's like Nathan said, you have to saturate the coil first. So this actually has to be humming. So you plug this in. So it actually has to be humming first, I believe. Then you just unhook it, like you're priming, you're saturating the coil, and then you're releasing it. All right, welcome back everybody to the Red Pill series. We're going to close it up with some current events, and then we should have time for a quick mini lab session, an interactive mini lab. Today, for our interactive mini lab, I've decided that I want to try and finally tune the micro vortex coil. So the micro vortex coil, it's been on the list for a while. We have the information to see if we can tune it. Yeah, so we're going to do that after our Red Pill series. We'll do a special post-game event for everybody. Just so I give you guys who have been bearing some of this, who don't like my analysis, some reward. I know a lot of you guys are here for the science and you've been patient and you're just waiting for me to go into some juicy science. So we're just doing some fun current events, some important current events, and some dire current events. And then we'll go into our interactive mini lab before I close off the live stream around 4 Eastern Standard Time. So, with that, if you haven't hit the like button, subscribed to Beneficence TV, or checked out our Patreon, please do one or all of the above. It really helps out doing one of those things, engaging in our videos in any way, commenting, sharing to somebody who would enjoy some of our content here really helps out the channel. So I really appreciate everybody who has thrown us super chats. Those really help out tremendously. Tremendous. We have the best audience, tremendous audience. So I just wanted to thank you guys and remind you that the best thing you can do to help us is, especially if you're broke, is to just hit the like button and stick around, share our stream, comment if you have something you want to say, or a comment, a question, all that good jazz. So going into current events, we have an expose on Elon as a CEO. So this woman survived Elon Musk's company for 6 years. And here's what she had to say. And I think it's very important that some of us hear these testimonials, especially since he's basically in charge of all our federal spending. At this point, at least.
Red Skull is the reason I left the US and moved to Spain. Back in the day, I gave way too many of my life hours to work for him. I worked strategically so that I could make sure I always exceeded expectations. I worked a lot because there was a lot of work to do. But when my time came to be cut, I was cut. And when it happened, it was my time and I was absolutely exhausted. I'd waited 5 years for this day to come. There are usually cuts when he wants more stocks or he needs to make numbers look good. I guess that's how companies are run right now. Instead of enhancing products and services to improve their numbers, they cut staff. He also seems to like doing a product unveiling when he wants to drive up interest in the stock. Remember the Gen 2 Roadster? It was supposed to come out in, I think it was 2020, and now they're saying something like 2026, while showing off a robot bartender. I swear, he's the genesis of Terminator and the Matrix franchises realized. His robots and AI are for the Terminator part, and the Parasite class, they'll become the biofuel for the Matrix that'll run his robots. When I first started working for him, I thought he was a visionary. The company mission really aligned with my values. When the company mission changed, it aligned even more closely. How robots fit into that mission is far beyond me. He had me hooked for a very long time. I dismissed most negative news stories. I claimed they were biased. They didn't understand the mission. It took me a while to deprogram. Luckily, I deprogrammed before it was time for me to go. In the fall of 2017, that's the first time I saw cuts. One day I went into work. As usual, we had our morning team meeting, and by the end of the meeting, our store leader, he advised us that some of our team was no longer a part of our team. It was kind of like a magical door had opened and they were just ushered right through it. It took a long time for the rest of us to recover from that day. Everybody called it the Red Wedding, like the Game of Thrones. There were cuts everywhere. team members who were super dedicated, who would do anything to drive the company mission forward, they were let go. The cuts were solely based on data. People were judged on their productivity. Their productivity was based on one number. That number did not tell the whole story. It turns out that people who were actually highly productive were fired due to non-disclosure agreements. I can't go into further detail. Realize that data can be read in different ways. It can tell multiple stories. It can be manipulated. It's kind of like using AI. If you ask AI a question in a certain way, you'll get an answer that will support the question that you're asking rather than the answer that is best suited to solve the problem. What helped us get past everything that happened was the Model 3 launch. It was really cool, the store that I worked at, because we got to see a lot of the cars before they appeared in public. We were one of the first stores to deliver the Model 3s as well. As with all the Tesla launches, the Model 3 had its own issues that everyone had to work through. This car was supposed to be the thing that drove Tesla into the big leagues, and it was. The problem at the time was that production wasn't hitting its targets. In the summer of 2018 is when there was a huge culture shift in the company. 9% of the company was laid off. It was mostly salaried roles, but it was also when the solar product was pulled out of home improvement stores and door to door. It was really successful selling outside of the showroom. The solar product would now be sold through online interest forums, and if you visit into one of the showrooms. Back then, anyone not interested in a car didn't actually visit the stores. So shifting sales from an outbound approach to an inbound approach really confused me. The solar product was popular with people who didn't want to drive electric. That's because electricity is expensive, and it just made sense to produce your own, because solar is cheaper overall. How does it not make sense to just swap a bill and then at the end of your solar loan, you don't have a bill anymore? Additionally, a niche high-cost product was being rolled out, the solar tiles, and there were no specialists to drive forward the adoption of this product that would cost at least 5 times more than the traditional solar retrofit. It just didn't make sense to me. This is kind of when I started to deprogram. I started to see Red Skull less as a visionary and more of a Twitter troll. I made an account on Twitter around this time because
she refers to Elon Musk here as Red Skull, just for context. And if you don't know who Red Skull is, he's a Marvel supervillain, basically a Nazi. So
company directives were coming via tweet. It was super frustrating being with customers and finding out from them changes that were happening at work. As I became more disenchanted, I took a risk and moved to the solar sales team. It got me out of the building and on the road. My role was just to close orders. My territory was East Florida, so I went from Ocala to Palm Coast to Delray. And in addition to selling solar, I had to sell cars. I was good at it, and I hated every single moment of it.
This is another thing to emphasize. Even though she was good at it, she hated doing it. We want to get to a point in our economy where you're not forced to do work that you hate doing, right? We want to get to a point where you're happy at work, not miserable.
There was one day I had to drive from Orlando to Delray Beach for a consultation. And then my next consultation, I had a test drive scheduled for. So I had to take one of the test drive cars. The drive down to Delray from Orlando was about 3 hours, and then I had to drive from Delray to Palm Coast, and that drive was almost 4 hours. I had to supercharge, I think 3 times that day. I left home around 6 a.m. and didn't get back home until 11 p.m. I never knew whose house I'd end up in, and in a state like Florida, it's really important to know where you're going to end up.
Oh, that's dangerous.
That fall, sales was...
That is really dangerous. People get shot all the time just ending up in the wrong neighborhood. I'm defending my right. Defending my property. And shooting mailmen and shit. Fucking crazy.
Directed to stop field consultations and to ramp up Model 3 deliveries. I was so happy. I found myself going to my old store every day, and through helping out that team doing the deliveries, I was offered a promotion a month later. And then shortly after that, the solar reps were absorbed into the vehicle sales team. With a simple tweet, he relayed some impending changes. In a blog post, the staff found out what the changes were. The sales team isn't needed to sell cars. Customers can place orders online now, and online is the only option to buy the cars. Stores are set to close. Additionally, new car pickups are only allowed to last for an hour maximum. The sales teams that were left behind, they were demoralized. I had moved on to leadership on the delivery team. We were stressed. Without the sales team doing what they do, customers were confused. Yeah, they had up to 1,000 miles or 7 days to return their car if they didn't like it, but the delivery team didn't grow, whereas the volume of work had just increased so significantly. What Red Skull didn't understand is that, yes, it takes less than a minute to order a car online, especially a car with so few options. Pick your model, pick your range, your interior, your wheels, if you're going to get full self-driving, but what about the rest? How would you pay for your car? Who will talk about the rest of the options for you? Is it cash, loan, lease? What if you're buying through your business? What if you're buying with your trust? How do we make sure you have everything you need for your appointment ready? If you got outside funding, what do you need to have so that your car can be released to you? What if you have a car for trade-in? Like, there's so many questions that the sales team went through before the car was ordered. I know the delivery team can take care of that. That's on top of ensuring vehicles arrive from factory and rescheduling customers when transporters are late, making sure your paperwork is correct for your delivery appointment, ensuring that your paperwork is signed correctly so that it can be registered on time, ensuring that you know how to drive your car because you never had a test drive because you ordered online, taking in your lease that expired and you're turning in. There's so many parts that weren't even considered. Moving sales online was kind of like that Thanos snap. Yes, it's easy to order cars online, but it's quite difficult to sell cars online. When Red Skull made this change, I knew that he had no idea what he was doing. This is when I started preparing for my exit from the company. I was promoted twice more before it was my time to go. I gave many more life hours, but my dedication was focused solely on the company mission. It was no longer about helping this person I once thought of as a visionary achieve his goals. With each of the scenarios that I mentioned, it was an attempt to streamline operations and make the company more profitable. This
is the main point that I want to emphasize here, and that she's probably trying to emphasize with her testimony here, is that everything he was doing was in the name of making profit and making the company look profitable and successful for him to take all the credit so that he can maximize that profit with other sectors of the economy and with big fat government contracts and the like. Well, he makes largely useless shit that he claims to be like armored vehicles that basically are a joke. So what he's doing is he's cutting all areas of the company regarding productivity and quality assurance in order to maximize profit, and basically damning the company in the long run. But in the short term, it looks, oh, he's profitable. He's making all this money, you know, with the company being so successful and making all this profit. And in the meantime, you know, you see the slow degradation of the company's quality in products regarding the Tesla vehicles and the scam that was the Cybertruck. So that's pretty much it. We'll move on to the next video, which is actually more interesting in my opinion because it covers Joe Rogan and his recent downfall. Yeah, Joe's downfall from grace. So, Joe gets fact-checked in real time regarding the ridiculous lie about 150-year-olds sucking up our Social Security money. In reality, it's underfunding that is the main cause here, not overfunding. We will see why in this video, where Joe actually gets fact-checked in real time and realizes, oh, you know, I was wrong. Which is not wrong. It's not like a bad thing to be wrong. I'm wrong all the time. I tell you, people correct me all the time, and I tell you when I'm wrong. But the thing is, if you don't admit when you're wrong, and you don't have a desire to correct yourself to be right in the long run, then you don't really have any integrity, in my opinion, and you don't really care about facts or the truth. And it's in my opinion, a very selfish way of going about doing things, because you want to be open to your mistakes. Everybody makes mistakes, and it's okay to be wrong as long as you're dedicated to being right and admit when you're wrong. Again, I've been wrong more times than I can count, and it's fine. I'm always wrong. Probably wrong more times than I'm right. But, just admitting it is the first step in learning from it and then moving on. So, just want to remind everybody here, if you might feel uncomfortable with my analysis and think that I might be attacking you, I'm not attacking anybody. I don't hate Trump supporters, but I do question anybody who still supports the Trump regime at this point, because either you are racist or you just have your head in the sand, and both are kind of inexcusable. But that's not to say I don't want the best for you in learning from your mistakes and moving on from them. Everybody needs a chance at redemption. So,
reading a Twitter post from the House of Carter, and let's take a look at this together.
This is a Twitter post from the House of Carter he's reading regarding this conspiracy that all these 150-year-olds are on Social Security and draining it, and we need to cut all this funding to Social Security, blah 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 blah.
The guy that explains it, I'll read this. I hope he's correct. There's a gentleman named House of Carter on X. He said, this isn't a vampire conspiracy. It's just COBOL, C-O-B-O-L, legacy government systems, especially.
Again, this is actually, it's still just a theory, because they have yet to release any actual screenshots or evidence of this claim of 150-year-olds on Social Security. So until they do, this is still just a theory. But this is this guy's theory, and it's the one that makes sense, honestly, in my opinion, because I've been saying it for years. Our federal programs are underfunded, not overfunded.
Social Security still rely on COBOL, a language designed before anyone thought databases would need to track people beyond 99 years old. The numbers you're laughing at aren't literal ages. They're most likely misinterpreted categorical codes or data artifacts from outdated formatting. Social Security isn't paying 150-year-olds. The system uses fixed width fields, and when modern databases misread them, they mistakenly interpret grouping codes as real ages. This happens when old mainframe logic isn't properly translated into newer systems. So no, there aren't thousands of people over 150 getting checks, but there are a lot of outdated systems that need modernization. Maybe focus on fixing that issue instead of hyping up a non-issue.
And this is another problem I have with Twitter, or X or whatever, X formerly Twitter, blah, 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 blah. This is one of the main problems I have and why I exited from the platform. Because if Elon Musk saw that and wanted to fucking censor it, he could just delete it off his platform. He could ban or block House of Carter. He could shadow ban him, make him think that he's still, active in the community and not really sharing the content with the algorithm. There's a whole host of things that he can do to fuck this guy if he wanted to on his platform. Because again, he is a technocrat. He is a techno-feudalist. He is the king of that platform, right? So at the end of the day, he has final word. And if he wants to exile this person and ban that kind of rhetoric or talk or challenge at all, which he's done in the past, specifically to leftists like myself, which is why I exited, he can do that. And he has. So it's very dangerous and very brave of him, either very brave or very stupid of him doing that if he didn't do it anywhere else. He should, honestly, if he was smart, which I hope he is, he would have posted that in multiple platforms. And I'm assuming he did. Most people do when they have something important to say like that.
So there's multiple people that have said the same kind of thing.
Yeah. Okay, now that right there, folks, is the Joe Rogan that I used to remember. And that's the Joe Rogan that from time to time I would catch myself defending and going, wait a minute, no, he can be a reasonable dude. And right there.
Like him, yeah, he did. He used to be really reasonable. Yeah, like I, you know, like maybe that is wrong, or maybe I'm not thinking about it correctly. Trying to be honest that he doesn't know everything, and that's okay, because nobody knows everything. So you know, to be honest that you don't know everything isn't showing weakness. It's actually showing strength. Okay, so right now we have some fun video about a comedian who shuts down right-wing bullshit by brutally mocking them. This is attacking the worst of the worst right-wing kind of mentality. So we're not talking about people like conservatives who believe in, you know, conservative economic policy rather than social policy. He's mainly criticizing the social aspect, which is disgusting in my opinion as well. You know, for a while, Republicans didn't believe in gay marriage. Remember that? It was all about, you know, like blocking homosexuals from getting married because they were so involved in other people's fucking lives, and it was disgusting. You know, I'm a follower of Jesus Christ. I don't technically consider myself a Christian, because I don't like to associate myself with the Christians per se. But that doesn't mean I don't follow Jesus Christ and what he said. And that's not what Jesus Christ fucking said. That's absolutely disgusting shit. They also blocked, Republicans notoriously blocked and tried to block black people from getting the right to vote in this country. Most people don't understand that. That's where the whole, you know, black rights, Black Lives Matter slogan comes from. You know, the systemic brutality against a minority that is clearly happening in broad daylight. And most people are all like, well, white people matter too. Well, white people didn't have to fucking fight and die for the right to vote in this country. They didn't suffer systemic racism and oppression. I'm sorry, yeah, like one white guy here or there might have gotten a bad experience, but in the general overall population, systemically, minorities were the problem issue, right? They were the ones who were being oppressed. So there's no fucking comparison. So it's disgusting when you know, like, you see somebody support that kind of rhetoric. But here is a comedian who just totally shuts down that shit. So it's fun to see, because you want to laugh at some of this disgusting stuff because it's so disturbing. Sometimes you need to relieve a little stress that way by laughing at the ridiculous.
Why do you carry that flag? Because this is my heritage. My family fought to save their farm under this flag. Who was working that farm? My family was. Who was working the farm? They were poor. Do you know how much a slave cost back then?
A video that ages quite poorly for the pro-Confederacy MAGA crowd can only be followed up with this joke from comedian Steve Hofstetter.
I'm not saying rednecks shouldn't be allowed to vote. Obviously, every American citizen should be guaranteed the right to vote. I just think that theirs should count a little bit less. Like, not a lot less, just a little bit. Like, I don't know, 3/5.
Absolutely brilliant. The Professional has more in store on the current state of affairs.
Jews will not replace us!
Hofstetter also touched on the return of Nazism and how MAGA have embraced it, or are just Nazis, when going through a bit in one set.
I think it's amazing what people try to blame on Jewish people. Like, Vladimir Putin said that Jews fixed the election for Trump. And a whole bunch of people said, yeah, that's what happened. Jews fixed the election for Trump. For Trump? Are you stupid? Yeah. Jews fixed the election for Trump. For Trump. Not Bernie, but Trump. Really. Not the one time we've ever had a shot at the presidency, we fixed it for the other guy? Are you kidding me?
Yeah. Bernie
the
was
only
the
way
only
I
Jewish
believe
guy,
that Jews fixed it. Off. Okay. I am in the middle of a thought. Let me finish my thought.
Oh yeah,
like
somebody heckled him.
Off. Okay.
That was funny.
Never had a shot at the
Yeah, because, you know, like, people who are challenged in their core fundamental beliefs like this and are facing the reality that they might be a racist or a bigot or something like that, they get glitches in their head, you know, and they just sometimes lash out reactionary wise, and you know, you get like hecklers once in a while like this, and his reaction is just brilliant. What I would have said, fuck off.
presidency, we fixed it for the other guy? Are you kidding me? The only way I would believe that Jews fixed the off. Okay. I'm in the middle of a thought. Let me finish my thought. Like I said, I didn't buy a ticket to see you. Okay, so. But let's explore your point. What was it that you thought was so important? What do you say? What? She left.
Oh, so he actually gave her the opportunity to speak her mind, and what she said was "bye deplorable" and left. So that tells you that she's not interested in engaging. She's just lashing out through usually something called cognitive dissonance.
She was straight up.
If you're in an echo chamber, that usually happens when you're not challenged by anything. When your core belief systems are not challenged. That's why I go to debate forums, and I have for a long time. Always have a challenge to your core fundamental beliefs so that you learn how to defend them better, right? That's what I did for years. I was in the battlegrounds, in the trenches of debate forums, one after another, forming my arguments. Discarding this idea, consuming that one, and subsuming this into that one. Forming better, coherent, logical arguments, so that I can better understand my fundamental core beliefs and defend them. Okay?
I'm offended that I was making fun of Nazis.
You're in an echo chamber.
That is amazing.
Just jerk each other off.
Man, I liked it better when they wore pillowcases.
Ditto. It is rather hilarious, however, that the heckler walked out at this point in time, which it seems to show how her politics align.
You keep referring to Neely as the victim. I think Penny is the victim in this case, and I think the people on that, I think people on the train are the victims.
I have a tendency to call the people who die a victim. We have different ideas about that. But to my mind, someone lost a child, and I'm always going to feel for that person. That's just how I'm built. It's like a Christian thing. But the reason why I'm asking is...
Exactly. Christ said, treat immigrants as your neighbors. Welcome them. And what were we doing? We're treating them as enemies. That is not what Christ said to do. That is Antichrist. Trump is the fucking Antichrist.
Are you saying I'm not a Christian?
I'm not at all. I just want to make sure that you understand it's a values-based comment.
Are you saying I don't have any values?
Not a political one.
Are you saying I don't have any values? No, Scott, she's not.
Oh, this is good. I think she asks him to actually do the Nazi salute. This is a good way of kind of fighting this or exposing this cognitive dissonance. When somebody is kind of defending Trump or Elon at this point, ask him to do what this lady does. Ask him to do the Nazi salute. If you support Elon and Trump so much, then you should have no problem on camera doing that, salute that he did, and then have it on record for all of history to know that you replicated the same thing that Elon replicated, which was a Nazi salute. If you're not comfortable with doing that, then maybe you should ask yourself why that is.
Saying that he is, but he needs a clip for the internet, so I need to
exactly. Let me just help you understand. If you're on the American left tonight, here's my chart. The good guys today, Daniel Penny. The bad guys, Luigi Mangione. It seems to me.
How do you?
Everybody
what's
on the
the
left,
chart for victims?
I'm just telling you what I see out in the world.
I know. I just want you to finish the chart. Which victim is good and which victim is bad.
What I'm telling you is
that's not on the second page.
I want you to watch this. Okay? Take it in and understand CNN is providing this model in an effort to draw in MAGA to their shows. It has not worked and only delegitimizes what they are doing by giving air to folks like Scott Jennings. Thus, we cue up Steve Hofstetter.
We have to hear about these idiots enough. We have to hear about these idiots because CNN interviews them, right? The only reason I know what the Proud Boys are is because they're on TV all the time. Why the are they giving airtime to white supremacist groups? I don't understand it. And they say it's because there are two sides to every story, right? You hear that doctrine, there are two sides to every story. But I don't think that's true. Some stories are pretty one-sided.
And that's also true. That's also very true.
If your house burnt down, would you want CNN to interview the arsonist? We gotta be fair, there are two sides to every story. Let's hear what the arsonist has to say.
To be fair, if you wanted to understand what actually happened in its entirety, you would interview the arsonist and you would interview the family who owned a home as well, right? But he's making a point here that if you're trying to determine who set the house on fire, or who set the house on fire, rather, would you want to get that information from the arsonist himself? He's not going to admit that he set the house on fire. He's going to get arrested, right? So, or most of the time, they're not going to admit it. So, this is just an idea of, there's not always two sides to every story. Sometimes there's just the fucking truth, and then there's a lie, So, we're going to end that segment and jump into Bernie's anti-oligarchy tour. Yes, Bernie, he's on tour again. The man himself. He's not the hero we asked for, per se, but he's the hero we all need right now.
So a point that many people, myself included, have made is, who the hell is leading the Democrats right now? For real, who is their leader? Stop and think about it. Nobody in their right mind would say Chuck Schumer or Hakeem Jeffries or Jerry Connolly, the 74-year-old with terminal esophageal cancer who's the head of the oversight committee. And so, look, it's a real question. Is it Kamala Harris? I mean, she was just, the standard bearer not that long ago, but where the hell is she now? She disappeared. I saw an article about Joe Biden signing with CAA, the talent agency, and then I think I saw one where Kamala Harris signed with some talent agency too. And it's I don't know, man. If you were saying, hey, there's a fascist threat and this guy wants to be a dictator, and then he takes office and you're nowhere to be found. I don't know. Even somebody like Obama, former president, you were on the campaign trail for Kamala Harris. Now Trump's actually doing a lot of these things, and mum's the word. You don't hear anything, right? All because of some nonsense, unwritten rule that former presidents don't weigh in on current presidents. It's I think you can make some exceptions. When he starts talking about stealing Gaza and taking Greenland and stealing Panama and war with Mexico and war with Iran and the world's richest man is illegally hacking into our government agencies and deleting regulatory bodies he doesn't like, I think you can make some exceptions. So, but look, there actually is an answer to the question. Who is the Democrats' leader? And as I pointed out to you guys very early on, you actually can't pick your leaders. Leaders will just emerge. It's an organic thing. It's a natural thing. They rise up through the ranks because they want to rise up through the ranks, and they put in the work. Well, guess what? Bernie Sanders announced an anti-oligarchy tour where he's going across the country, and specifically to some of these purple districts that Trump barely won. He's going there, and he's basically breaking it all down for people. Hey, Elon Musk is the world's richest robber baron. Donald Trump is a far-right fascist. They're a serious threat, and I'm going to lay it all out for you in detail. And so he announced this tour, and guys, this is it's like rock star numbers are showing up for him. Okay? Look at this. In the middle of winter in Omaha tonight, Bernie Sanders spoke to 2,400 working-class Nebraskans. We were forced to turn away 800 people at the door. more than 130,000 tuned into the live stream in real time. Now, he's also been releasing like these videos where he responds like pretty often to what's going on and explains to people exactly what's happening. And those videos on YouTube and on other social media platforms, it's racking up millions of views. Millions of views. This doesn't happen with other politicians not named Donald Trump. It doesn't happen. If Jerry Connolly gave a rally speech, if he did some videos on YouTube to update people on what's happening in D.C., how do you think that would fare? What if Chuck Schumer did it? What if Hakeem Jeffries did it? Okay, so here, I'll show you some of the stuff here. This is one of the pictures. Absolutely packed in there. I also have some videos for you. Here's one video. This one was in Iowa City. Look at this. People are desperate on the left for a leader. People want somebody who's going to give us the vision, give us the policy agenda, fight back against Trump and Elon and MAGA and all of their insanity. And look, he's coming through. He's coming through. So here, I'll give you some of the article, then I got some more videos for you, but this is in Common Dreams. Thousands in Midwestern GOP districts attend Sanders' first stops on tour to fight oligarchy. Quote, "It's like there's only one person who is actually able to sidestep the demoralization and frustration," said one observer. After addressing more than 3,400 Nebraska residents in Omaha Friday evening, U.S. Senator Bernie Sanders on Saturday made his second stop on his national tour to fight oligarchy, telling Iowa residents that Trumpism will not be defeated by politicians inside the D.C. Beltway. For better or worse, that is not going to happen, said the Vermont independent senator, whose broadly popular policy proposals have long been dismissed by Democratic leaders as unrealistic and radical, while President Trump has increasingly captured the attention of the working class Americans who would benefit most from Sanders' ideas. Quote, "It will only be defeated by millions of Americans in Iowa, in Vermont, in Nebraska, in every state in this country who come together in a strong grassroots movement and say no to oligarchy, no to authoritarianism, no to kleptocracy, no to massive cuts to programs that low-income and working Americans desperately need, no to huge tax breaks for the wealthiest people in this country." The senator announced his tour earlier this month as Elon Musk, the head of Doge, bought the government, bought Trump's campaign, bought the administration, illegally hacking in and stealing government data, et cetera, et cetera. So anyway, this article goes on, but here, let me show you what it was like when he walked in.
So people are starting to say no. They're starting to fucking stand up and organize, and it's a good thing. And Bernie is going to be leading that effort. He's going to be essential. And if he runs in the next election, definitely has my vote.
To one of the events. This one, again, is in Omaha, Nebraska. Watch this, guys. Look, we got to call.
As you can see, I'm a Bernie bro. So I got on my Bernie bro shirt. It's play on Mario, one of my favorites.
Call it what it is. This is Bernie's moment. Because what we're witnessing is the culmination of everything he said was going to happen. It's happening. It's come to pass. Right? You have the oligarchs, the robber barons, the billionaires, the kleptocrats. They have taken over. That's what Elon Musk represents. That's what Peter Thiel represents. That's what Mark Andreessen represents. That's what Mark Zuckerberg represents. When Trump was giving his inauguration speech, he was surrounded by the robber barons. They had better seats than his own cabinet members. They're illegally hacking into our government programs and deleting ones they don't want, like the CFPB and the Education Department. And at the same time, Trump, foreign policy-wise, has gone full 1800s imperialist, full colonialist. He's literally trying to do colonial extraction from Ukraine and saying, give us 50% of your natural resources from now until forever. Look at how he says we're going to own Gaza. Look at how he says we're going to do war with Mexico. We're going to steal Panama. We're going to coup Venezuela. I mean, the list goes on. Iran, war with Iran. So he's been right. He's been right every step of the way. He was a leader then, he's leading now, and it feels more like his moment than ever because the grassroots enthusiasm for somebody who's fighting back is immense. And the other thing is, what separates him from so many others, guys, is that he has a narrative. He has a story to tell, right? The MAGA story is very simple and very straightforward. Hey, blame the immigrants for all your problems. Blame the trans people for all your problems. We hate liberals and leftists, and they're also the problem. They have a story, and everything they say fits into that narrative. Fuck the immigrants, fuck the trans people, fuck the liberals and leftists. Everything they say builds towards that agenda and that ideology and those arguments. It is a story that you tell people. I know your life sucks. Here's why. And on the Democratic side, unfortunately, many Democratic politicians, even though they have way better policies than the average Republican, they don't tell a compelling story. It's very like technocratic. We're going to make these tweaks around the edges. Everything's kind of already okay, so chill out. Like that's the vibe you get from most Democrats. Bernie has a counter narrative. He has a counter story, which is captivating, which moves people. And Bernie's story is the problem is not trans people and immigrants. The problem is not liberals and leftists. The problem and the reason why your life sucks, it's the robber barons. It's corporations. It's money in politics. It's corruption. They've bought our government, and now the government only represents the wealthy and not you. That's why you're struggling. And that's a better narrative. And it also happens to be true. It happens to be accurate. And so that's why you're seeing he's 83 years old, y'all. He's 83 years old. And he's the leader of the Democrats. You know, and look, we've all seen it since the election results. How many times have you seen liberals who were in trench warfare against the Bernie movement multiple times? All of a sudden, they're all going, you know what? You know what? He is the only one leading right now. He is the only one fighting MAGA effectively. He is the only one providing a counter narrative. Turns out he was kind of right about a lot of stuff. I mean, look at the oligarchs and the robber barons literally stealing our government from us. Look at what they're doing, cutting cancer research, cutting the anti-scam police, cutting the Department of Education, firing flight safety officials at the same time that planes are falling out of the air. So I'm not done. I told you a lot of these videos that he's posting are getting literally millions of views. Millions of views. This is what leadership looks like. Here's one of the segments from not that long ago.
I do not often find myself in the habit of thanking Elon Musk, but I must confess that he has done an exceptional job of demonstrating a point that a few of us have been making for years, and that is the reality that we live in an oligarchic society in which billionaires dominate not only our politics and the information we consume from media, but our government and economic lives as well. That has never been clearer than it is today. But given the news and attention Mr. Musk has been getting over the last few weeks as he illegally and unconstitutionally dismantles government agencies, I think it is an appropriate time to ask the question that the media and most politicians don't seem to be asking. What do he and other multi-billionaires really want? What is their endgame? In my opinion, what Musk and those around him are aggressively striving for is not novel, it is not complicated, and it is not new. It is what ruling classes throughout history have always wanted and have always believed is theirs by right. More power, more control, and more wealth. And they don't want ordinary people, that's you, and democracy getting in their way. They want it all. Elon Musk and his fellow oligarchs believe government and laws are simply an impediment to their interests and what they are entitled to. In pre-revolutionary America, before the 1770s, the ruling class governed through a doctrine called the divine rights of kings. The belief that the King of England was an agent of God and he was not to be questioned by mere mortals. In modern times, we no longer have the divine right of kings. What we now have is an ideology being pushed by the oligarchs, which says that as very, very wealthy people, often self-made, often as the masters of revolutionary new technology, it is their absolute right to rule. In other words, these modern-day oligarchs are our kings. And it is not just power, it's incredible wealth that they have. Today, Mr. Musk is worth $402 billion. Zuckerberg is worth $252 billion. Bezos is worth $249 billion. with combined wealth of over $900 billion. These three people own more wealth than the bottom half of American society. Not surprisingly, since Trump...
And I want to emphasize what he just said there, that oftentimes the ruling class has control over revolutionary technology or groundbreaking technology. Now, my goal is to open source that technology and to form worker cooperatives where that technology is democratically decided upon how to be implemented into benefiting society as a whole. So this is the key difference here, and kind of like how we can pivot to a better economy without having to worry about the government or politics specifically.
Was elected, their wealth has soared. Musk has become $138 billion richer. Zuckerberg has become $49 billion richer. And Bezos has become $28 billion richer, all since Election Day. Meanwhile, while the very rich become...
Yes. So Shanjak says, it's so interesting to see the recent events and revelations are going through people's brains. Yeah, people are waking up, and, you know, I've been anticipating it, or hoping for it at least, for quite some time now. And it is kind of surreal to see, but it's refreshing. You know, you talk to people on the bus and in the street and, you know, the common folk, and they agree. You know, they largely agree with everything Bernie is fucking saying, not with, you don't really encounter, at least my anecdotal experience, you don't really encounter much Trump support. It's like every here and there you'll see a Trump supporter, but the large majority of working class people largely agree with what Bernie is saying here.
Become much richer. 60% of Americans become 28 billion richer, all since Election Day. Meanwhile, while the very rich become much richer, 60% of Americans live paycheck to paychecks. 85 million are uninsured or underinsured. 25% of seniors are trying to survive on $15,000 a year or less. 800,000 are homeless, and we have the highest rate of childhood poverty of almost any major country on earth. Do you think for 1 second that the oligarchs give a damn about working people? Trust me, they don't. Musk's decision to
800,000 homeless. I want you guys to think about the statistic. When I first started covering Trump back in 2016, that statistic was 500,000 homeless people were on the street. Around 200,000 of those were veterans. Now that number has jumped up to 800,000. I think it's skyrocketed like 13% just in the last year, on top of an already, 10% increase the previous year. It is insane how much the damage is compiling in late stage capitalism, in what I would like to argue as end stage capitalism, where the weight of the internal contradictions of capitalism cannot sustain itself any longer.
Member, USAID, means that tens of thousands of the poorest people around the world will go hungry or die of preventable diseases. But it's not just abroad. Here in the United States, they will soon be going after the healthcare, nutrition, housing, and educational programs that protect the most vulnerable people in our country, all so that Congress can provide huge tax breaks for them and their fellow billionaires. As modern-day kings who believe they have the absolute right to rule, they will sacrifice, without hesitation, the well-being of working people to protect their interests.
Highly recommend you go watch the rest of this. Highly recommend it. Look, the fact of the matter is very simple. Other Democrats, many other Democrats, they still want to get some billionaire money, right? That's why you had Hakeem Jeffries allegedly went to Silicon Valley after this election to try to mend fences with tech billionaires. And you heard this from the new head of the DNC. He's like, look, there's a lot of bad billionaires. We won't be taking money from them, but we're going to take money from the good billionaires. And this is the problem. You are undermining what's supposed to be your argument, your narrative, your agenda, your ideology. You're undermining it because you want to have one foot in that world. We are long past that being acceptable.
Absolutely correct. So with that, we're going to jump into the next video we have. More fallout from the Trump regime. as mass federal job losses after MAGA voted against their interest began to compile.
I don't know if anybody can answer this, but did they really think that there was like a list? That he had like the voter rolls or whatever for all the people who voted for them, so that they would know not to impact them in these ways? I mean, as much as we're enjoying the FAFO, right? I'm not saying I don't love it, because I do. But now, I mean, this shit is getting real. So now people are losing not only their livelihoods, but they're losing their homes. And I'm saying that when this man showed you who he was, that he literally did not care. But all y'all thought about was he was going to do this to the other, because we hate the same people. Immigrants, undocumented immigrants, don't work for the National Park Service and get free housing. Do they? Yeah, that part.
A lot of the low info voters, aka MAGA, thought that they were going to get $8,000 per person in their family, and they're out like buying shit on credit. Go ahead, bud, you're going to get it. I promise, you'll get it. You go out and spend as much money as you think you're going to get. You people, this is why fucking Donald Trump and Elon Musk is completely getting away with a soft coup by going in and hacking and stealing everybody's information, because of low IQ voters like that think that, why the fuck would an almost trillionaire want more money? Oh, I don't know. Maybe because to be a trillionaire, you got to be a greedy fuck to begin with. Every billionaire I've ever heard of wants more and more money. So yeah, they're robbing you fucking blind, telling you that there's all these Social Security fraud, all these people that are 150 years. They don't know how to fucking read the data. It's completely wrong. All of that shit's wrong. And ask yourself this: if he had any real, true cases of fraud, why is he not presenting that under oath in front of a grand jury? He doesn't have anything, and you're fucking dumb for believing him.
Month, according that it's all Biden's fault. But no matter who Trump blames for inflation, America's economic mood is now souring.
Just got laid off from my federal government job.
I was at the wrong segment.
I don't know. Feeling angry, very angry, frustrated. It sucks. I worked in the IRS, small business, self-employed. And now there's going to be a lot of people on unemployment. Great.
Hey everybody. So I'm a federal employee who, like thousands of other people, was terminated today. And I'm noticing this really disturbing trend of people rejoicing, like people in the private sector rejoicing that federal employees are being fired. And I have this gut feeling that these are probably the same people that was happy when people were being deported. That's neither here nor there. Listen, I just want to quick PSA, so you can't say ain't nobody warned you. Come here, I'm gonna hold your hand when I say this. If you thought that you should be worried about DEI hires taking your job, baby, you about to hate to see these federal employees coming. Because honey, when I tell you the way the federal government works is we are basically trained and taught and more or less.
What she's about to expose here is specifically a point that I didn't consider, and it is very damning to consider.
It's forced to do more with less. Because of that, a lot of us are used to, our resumes are pretty extensive because we've had to operate in positions outside of our normal position. Some of us are in like...
Specifically due to underfunding from a Reagan-era effort to deregulate.
Lead and manager role, fast track roles, like you're in the role, you're being trained for that role, but you're still at your original position. We can put that on our resume. Many of us, like I said, may have been operating in, one role is just a regular old contact rep or a regular old lead, but because the federal government is always understaffed, we've been doing work that a manager would do, or a general manager would do, or a district manager would do. All of that, all of those accolades, all of those awards all of the reviews that we passed with flying colors, we put all that on our resume. So while you're ha and keying that federal employees have lost their jobs, just know when this is all said and done, you probably gonna wish for a good old DEI hire. Cause at least maybe y'all were on the same page. But you thinking you about to go toe to toe with a federal employee that may have had the title of what you do, but has the resume of what your boss does? Good luck with that.
Good luck with that. Exactly. My sentiments exactly. So, with that, we're going to jump into a video regarding former NFL player stunning the audience with a MAGA message.
Former NFL player, who many of you are probably familiar with, punter Chris Kluwe, was arrested in an act of civil disobedience following an impassioned speech, which we're going to show you some of, where he stood against his MAGA city council. So here's a little bit of that, and then we'll give you our reaction.
Unfortunately, it's clear that this council does not listen, so instead I'm going to take my time to say what MAGA has stood for these past 3 weeks. MAGA stands for trying to erase trans people from existence. MAGA stands for resegregation and racism. MAGA stands for censorship and book bans. MAGA stands for firing air traffic controllers while planes are crashing. MAGA stands for firing the people overseeing our nuclear arsenal. MAGA stands for firing military veterans and those serving them at the VA, including canceling research on veteran suicide. MAGA stands for cutting funds to education, including for disabled children. MAGA is profoundly corrupt, unmistakably anti-democracy, and most importantly, MAGA is explicitly a Nazi movement. You may have replaced a swastika with a red hat, but that is what it is. I will now engage in the time-honored American tradition of peaceful civil disobedience.
Yes. Rage against the fucking machine.
Get out.
That is how you rage against the machine. Yeah, 3 guys that drag him out.
Okay, I mean, look, that was strong. He was willing to not only say what he thought, but put his body on the line, a body that was apparently so big and so strong. It took 3 full-grown men to carry him out of there. And look, we can certainly talk about his points. I think he makes a lot of great points. They were well said. They were strong. I think he's using the fact that he's a public person, the people that know, to draw some attention to this. And also, he's another one of the, now many, I don't understand why this isn't acknowledged more, the sort of classic strong alpha men that Republicans say only follow a Donald Trump. No, not remotely. And we're gonna be closing the show with another one, by the way. And I'm not saying that, MAGA.
The key idea there was peaceful resistance, peaceful protest.
Doesn't have a version of masculinity. Men who like to bow down and be dominated by other men, that's a form of masculinity. I want to acknowledge that. I'm not going to erase that or whatever. But
I would argue that democracy does not including letting someone put their fucking boot on your face. So sometimes you require a little pushback.
More, I would say old school traditional masculinity, caring about people, protecting people, standing up for your values, not simply going along with whatever the dear leader says. That is now wholly outside of the sphere of MAGA. So I appreciate what Chris Kluwe had to say there. I think it's very strong. I would love to see, Daria, more people engaging in nonviolent civil disobedience. I think that we're starting to see the beginnings of that. I think that we will see more. But what do you make of this?
Yeah, this is exactly the type of person that the right likes to claim doesn't exist on the left. They like to say, everyone's super soft, for lack of a better term, especially the men. But as we've seen, Donald Trump was at the Super Bowl. So I know this kind of affected him when he saw a former NFL player going against MAGA and what he stands for. So I'd love to see more people stand up and have reactions like that. So kudos to Chris.
Yeah, no, 100%. I love to see it. I hadn't, I watched football a little bit back when he was playing. It's been a while to just pop up and be like, you know what? I'm gonna go. And by the way, if you don't live in California, you may not know, but like the Huntington Beach area and stuff, like that's a red area. Like it's.
All right, we have another video of an Elon conspiracy. I haven't watched this yet. We're just going to watch a couple minutes of it because I haven't actually seen it yet. Let's take a look.
Gil, welcome. Great to have you.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, of course. So before we jump in, I just want to do a plug for your Substack. It's called the Nerd.
So for anybody interested in the full video, because we're only going to watch a couple minutes, it's on Secular Talk. Now, that's the Kyle Kulinski show. Sometimes I play clips of the Secular Talk show. Kyle Kulinski is the host, and I recommend subscribing to his channel. He's got some good takes. Although he is semi-pro-capitalist, he is a leftist, and we do welcome his opinions and his analysis. Some of it is very, very relevant and very prominent.
Reich, newly actually renamed the Nerd Reich, which I think is a great title for it. And people, please subscribe and support the work that Gil is doing, because as I just said in your introduction, I think you have done a better job than I've seen of anyone, really distilling what the ideology is, really distilling what the plan is. And I think that is so important as we all try to digest this just massive influx of news that we are all trying to, make heads or tails of. So before we get into Elon Musk specific, can you just give people a little bit who you are, where you came from, how you, ended up on this particular beat of like Silicon Valley oligarchs?
Sure. Well, I started my career as a journalist. The first major newspaper I worked for was the San Jose Mercury News. Back in the dot-com boom, in 1998, I started. After a few years, newspapers were going sour, so I ended up working in politics for a long time, for about 17 years.
So, Network Metatron says, mob rule equals democracy. Would anyone want that? Well, so the idea of thinking of working class people and everyday average people as just a mob, an angry mob or whatever, is kind of like a shallow analysis. You would want to we would want to take one step further and ask the question, why that mob is angry in the first place? Why are they a mob and not just a band of citizens? Right? What's making them a mob? What's making them angry? Could it be the boot on their face? Could it be the oppression that some people ignore? Some people lick the boot instead of pushing it off and saying no.
Years. I was a spokesman and communications director for people like Governor Jerry Brown, Senator Dianne Feinstein, Kamala Harris when she was Attorney General. And then in 2018, I returned to journalism as editorial page editor of the Sacramento Bee and later editorial page editor of the San Francisco Examiner. And for the past 2 years, I've been freelance, sort of combining my political knowledge with my journalism skills.
We are going to transition into the mini lab
a couple
soon.
of newsletters on the Ghost platform. Actually, I left Substack last year. Ghost is a nonprofit that I used. And that's sort of where I am now, is sort of freelancing. And I started writing this story about tech and the ideology because I felt there was a story not being told. And I wasn't sure why no one was telling it for the most part. There were a few reporters who delved into it. And so I started telling it myself, and here we are.
So, Gil, my first question to start to unpack all of this is just the very basic. Like, what is Elon Musk's ideology, and what does he actually want? Like, what is the end game here? What is he trying to accomplish as he unleashes his Doge apparatchiks in this, attempted coup?
Well, people often make the mistake of thinking this is just about money and tax breaks and fewer regulations. But Elon Musk already has more money than anyone else in the world. Elon Musk already breaks laws and rules and regulations on a regular basis with no consequence. So this is about something far, far bigger than that. This is about power and who gets to wield power in the 21st century. There's a new extreme ideology that has taken root in certain quarters of Silicon Valley, not in all tech, but in a pretty significantly impactful portion of tech. And it sees that the 21st century is a power vacuum. And it proposes to fill that power vacuum with a new system of governance by tech corporations and the people who control those corporations. And that's very much what this is about that we're seeing today. It's about who controls the 21st century.
We call that techno-feudalism, as denoted by Yanis Varoufakis, who coined the term, I believe. I believe he coined it in his book.
Who has power. And it's also about the idea of upending nation states, countries like the United States no longer being important in the world and instead having different patchworks of territories, some call them network states, that will be ruled like corporate fiefdoms by some of these tech.
By the way, Yanis Varoufakis was the economics minister of Greece. He was also involved in being the in-house resident economist for Valve when they developed some of their in-game economies. He was essential to that, making sure that they were balanced systems. Pretty cool.
Tech billionaires.
So talk about what I will describe as Elon Musk's ideological daddy, also J.D. Vance's ideological daddy. Steve Bannon has talked about this guy glowingly. Talk about Curtis Yarvin, who's like the main guy behind all of this ideologically and philosophically, and what his grand vision is.
Well, Curtis Yarvin is a computer programmer from San Francisco who, back in the early 2000s, used to write an online blog as a guy named Mencius Moldbug. That was his moniker. And he has all of these kind of convoluted, confusing, and cherry-picked theories about the need to replace democracy with corporate-ruled monarchies. He used to really refer to it as monarchy and the need to return to monarchism and basically systems of kings. He seems to have upgraded his language to be more framed as a corporate takeover. And his theory is that democracy has failed, and what we need is to run governments and the world like a corporation with CEO.
It's such a hilariously weak analysis because that's what's actually fueling the fracturing of our government is the corporate takeover, the fact that concentrations of wealth seize a few individuals with an enormous amount of power, and they use that wealth and power to buy political influence to ensure the conditions of their own existence. It's a tale as old as time.
Dictators who are empowered to have absolute control over the lives of their citizens, and that's just the way things should run. And he's written these ideas out. Now he has a Substack called Gray Mirror, where he regularly writes these long essays about overthrowing the current system of governance and instituting this sort of tech authoritarianism, I think it's fair to call it. In one essay from, I think, 2008, he talks about
techno-feudalism.
About turning San Francisco into a territory called Friscorp, where you have to swipe in and swipe out with a card, and everything you do, everything you look at, everything is captured on a total surveillance system that ensures the safety of every citizen. So basically reinventing Orwell's Big Brother. Curtis Yarvin seems to think he's really brilliant. I think most people with knowledge of politics and history don't see that at all. They see a guy who's really misreading a lot of things to fit his own crazy theories. Unfortunately, people like Peter Thiel do consider him very important. Mark Andreessen, as you mentioned, Bannon and others. And so right now what we're kind of seeing is his theories being put into practice, although you don't really see that or hear that in any of the coverage of it. And so basically what you have is a guy who was a blogging troll in the 2000s become a major political philosopher for some of the richest men in the world who are now wielding power within the Trump administration.
Yeah, we should just point out.
Wow. That is damning. And I mean, we see the evidence of the philosophy that he potentially holds playing out in real time. In the last few days, Elon has made an absolute fool of himself as he's high as balls at CPAC, the Conservative Political Action Committee Conference.
But in the last few days, Elon ignored the mother of his youngest child begging for help. That's, of course, Ashley St. Clair. Ignored the mother of his favorite child begging for help. That's Grimes. More on that in a minute. Grimes' kid had a medical emergency. She couldn't get in touch with Elon. He was refusing to respond. He called an astronaut retarded for pointing out something that he said was a lie. He suggested bombing Mexico. He suggested women can never be qualified to be pilots. He called Tom Hanks a fredophile for his, his SNL skit that angered the right. He followed a 17-year-old girl, Trump's granddaughter, Kai Trump. He followed her on social media, to which everybody and their mother was like, holy shit, this is the reddest of red flags I've ever seen. This fucking freak with a breeding fetish who has 13 kids. You better stay away from that poor girl, Jesus Christ. He said journalists who criticize him should be imprisoned, and he doubled down and tripled down on that. Again, more on that in a little bit, because there's some new updates to that. He believed that a fake TikTok video that was a comedy sketch, he thought it was real, and he was using it to attack the left. It was somebody saying that, like, their fucking toddler or baby, like, oh, this baby's trans. they go by he, him, or something like that. And he put it out like, this is child abuse. Totally fake video. It was comedy. Completely fell for it. And he pushed out there a picture from The Dark Knight Rises and thought it was real. There was some bullshit right-wing propaganda about how, oh, there's a Muslim mob or something storming this building, and he puts it out there. And meanwhile, it's a totally fake picture. It's literally from The Dark Knight Rises, the movie. And he completely fell for it and spread it to his tens of millions of followers. I mean, again, this guy is crashing out
I've seen
at
that before,
legendary
too.
levels.
I've seen that where somebody from the right tries to scare people by literally using a screenshot from a movie or a TV show. It's pathetic.
Before we get to CPAC and how he absolutely melted down there, a big Wall Street Journal report dropped the other day. And it turns out that Elon Musk is using his relationship with Trump to extort advertisers to give Twitter more money. And if they don't, he fucks with their businesses, he blocks their mergers. It's a very clear case of extortion. He's doing extortion. And again, the fact that the Wall Street Journal is running this is kind of a big deal because the Wall Street Journal is a right-wing outlet. So this is like the right-wing outlets going, hey man, holy fucking shit. Like, we want to defend you, we want to be on your side, but the crimes you're committing are now so insanely over the top that our hand is forced and we got to talk about it and we got to cover it. Okay, so now let me get to the new anti-free speech, anti-First Amendment crusade that Elon is on. So Trump's top prosecutor, Ed Martin, launched Operation Whirlwind to investigate Democrats for, quote, potentially threatening public officials, including Elon Musk. You're never going to guess who they're investigating. Chuck Schumer. Yes, that's right. They think Chuck Schumer is a violent threat to Donald Trump and Elon Musk. You literally couldn't make this up. It's the most laughable thing I've ever heard. The guy has a...
Chuck Schumer's literally a cuck.
Sorry for the wind noise, guys, if you hear it throughout this video. It's pretty windy out here, but I had nowhere else to record the video, so... there's a bunch of stuff I wanted to talk to you about. There was some breaking news yesterday that I wanted to break down. So, let's start with this here. In Georgia, they had a town hall event with their Republican Congressman Rich McCormick. It was at the Roswell City Hall. Now, this district is a pretty solidly right-wing district. This is a district that Trump won pretty freaking easily. So, you know, he goes to this thing and he thinks it's going to be standard operating procedure, just another day, answer some softball questions at a town hall. Turns out, no. This is the first town hall that I've seen since Elon Musk illegally hacked into the federal government and started deleting agencies, since Donald Trump went full 1800 style imperialist and talked about stealing Panama and taking Greenland and making Canada the 51st state and war with Mexico and we're going to take over Gaza and all this stuff. The voters were absolutely, positively furious, bro. They were furious. The thing was so packed that not everybody could even fit in the town hall. There was like overflow going out the door. And when I tell you that this guy was absolutely peppered with hard-hitting questions, I mean, there were people who were like, hey, one of the founding principles of this country is that we're not supposed to have a fucking king, and Donald Trump is basically announcing that he's a king. The White House is tweeting pictures of him wearing a fucking crown and calling him a king. He announces he's the only one who can determine what the law is and what the law isn't. So, like, what the fuck are you doing? He tried to defend Doge at one point and got just colossal. Everybody was like, boo, boo, fuck you, boo. So we are absolutely positively witnessing a sea change in this moment. The tides are turning. People are furious, man. People are furious. And with Elon deleting all these programs and doing all these cuts illegally, unconstitutionally, this impacts a lot of people, bro. I was just talking to somebody who works for the government, and he says that everybody at his job, they fired all the probationary employees, which is a lot of people who moved across the country. They were just about to start working in like a couple months. All of them were laid off. People are furious. They still don't know what was going on with that like resignation email where they said, hey, if you accept this, we'll pay you, etc. Some people took it, still haven't heard back. It's mass chaos. The bosses are like, we don't even know what's going on. We don't know what's legal. We don't know what's not legal. People are furious, man.
People are absolutely furious. So, another message from Bernie Sanders. Oligarchs are not on your side. So, another friendly reminder. from Senator Sanders himself.
Even officially part of the party.
Do you think for 1 second that the oligarchs give a damn about working people? Trust me, they don't. I do not often find myself in the habit of thanking Elon Musk, but I must confess that he has done an exceptional job of demonstrating a point that a few of us have been making for years, and that is the reality that we live in an oligarchic society in which billionaires dominate not only our politics and the information we consume from media, but our government and economic lives as well.
That's absolutely correct. Another quick video. Good luck in filing a Freedom of Information Act from now on.
In an absolutely brazen assault on the very basic concept of government transparency, the Trump administration has secretly purged key privacy officials from the federal hiring office because evidently there's some stuff in there they don't want you to know about. And so you're not going to. We can speculate, but we don't have access to that information anymore. It's been there for decades and decades. There used to be that transparency. There isn't because they don't want you to see what they're doing. And so CNN is doing this reporting. They were first notified of the firings at the Office of Personnel Management in response to a Freedom of Information Act request for records related to the security clearances of Elon Musk and anyone with a Department of Government Efficiency who've been granted access to sensitive or classified government networks. You have to have those security clearances to access this information. That's how it has always worked before. So we want to make sure that they have it. Most normal, basic journalism ever. They got an email from an OPM email address that said, good luck with that. They just fired the whole privacy team.
Wow.
So the privacy.
Oh boy. The shit show continues to roll along. Another quick video before we jump into our interactive mini lab. MAGA thinks that Elon will give them a stimulus check. How cute. This is very adorable. There's a 99% chance of that happening. And the 1% chance still doesn't change the overall fact that the economy continues to degrade as your wages remain stagnant compared to inflation that's going up and up and up and up and up.
Having an incredible couple of weeks under President Trump's leadership and Elon Musk's execution. But here's what we have to do to take this mission one step further. 80% of the Doge money saved needs to go to paying down the national debt. And the other 20% needs to go right back to the same people who sent it to DC in the first place. Sure. Taxpayers like you and me. Doge is set to save $2 trillion over the...
Okay, I'm sorry. That's funny. That's hilarious. Yeah, I knew that y'all maggots engaged in magical thinking, but that is, wow. Bless your heart.
Bless your hearts if you think that you are going to get a check from Elon Musk or Trump. The idea of fascism is to keep people in a state of economic crises, right? That justifies your atrocities and keeps people distracted and easily scapegoated. So why divine science has been delayed and will continue to be delayed until I get back on my feet economically. The whole country is experiencing layoffs en masse, and it's only getting worse. Layoffs can be extremely traumatic, and since my layoff, I still have yet to get back on my feet, which is why divine science had to be placed on the back burner. But regardless, we will get to it eventually. But this next video kind of emphasizes that I'm not the only one experiencing this here. I'm not alone.
Figure out a way to get through it. But I'm going to end it with this, guys. If you're watching this video and you've made it to this point, and maybe there's that part down in your stomach where it's like, ooh, this could happen to me. People getting laid off. Let's talk about it.
Let me begin by saying we hoped we wouldn't be in this position again. Yet we are, and we deeply regret the impact this decision may have on you. For that, I am truly very sorry. This decision is not a reflection on you as individuals. I also want to say you've been tremendous team members, colleagues, and friends to me and so many others. We are here to support you both personally and professionally as you navigate next steps. As we will begin deactivating all systems access at this time. At this time, I will end the call.
And that's it. And they turned everything off.
That's a shitty time. I'm not gonna lie. I've been in her shoes. I remember when I got let go from my job, my wife was actually pregnant with my daughter, and it was right before the holidays. I think it was November when I got let go due to some financial issues that the company was going through at the time, and I was one of the newest hires for the company, so I was also salaried. So I was a pretty easy person to let go. And when you go through that time, it's scary, right? Like, you don't know what the future holds. You don't know what you're gonna do. If you have a lot of bills to pay, that can add to even more stress. And I'm starting to see more and more of these videos where people are recording themselves being laid off. And then you look at the employment numbers, and although they're relatively low still, they have started to come up a little bit over the past few months or so.
And that is where this economic analysis falls flat on its face. I'm sorry to say, the numbers are not going up at all. The numbers have been going down for a long time if you go by the U6 unemployment rate, which factors in things that are supposed to be included in the analysis but are left out due to cherry picking and making the economy look better than it actually is. Again, these elites, they don't want you to believe that our economy is held up with is basically a house of cards. It's held up with strings. It's a joke. So the real economic situation is the unemployment rate when factoring in things like people who are looking for full-time work but are confined to part-time, meaning they might only have like 5 hours they can get from their employer per week while they're looking for full-time. That's not considered employment, okay? When you're doing gig economy work, making just enough money for gas and food and not to pay anything else, that's not employment, okay? When you're discouraged from work entirely and you're not even looking, you're just depressed, and that's factored out in the U3 rate that is normally cited. The U6 includes all of that relevant data, and when you factor all of that in, we're at actually 24% unemployment. Considering the Great Depression was at 25, I'd say we're in a pretty fucking disastrous situation economically, and have been for a while, but now it's just compiling. It's just compiling. It's getting fucking worse. So, we have a few more videos and not enough time. We might have to end it real quick because I want to do that mini lab real fast before I have to end the stream. Okay, so we're going to sanction these next videos for a different segment for now. And what I'm going to end up doing is just doing the last two videos real quick before we jump into our interactive mini lab. Because I did really want to get that micro vortex coil tuned. Alright, let me get my situation here. There we go. Okay, so the next video is, well, the only thing I have to say about it is John Deere is fucking evil. It's an evil company.
John Deere's tractor is kind of the genesis of this. They started putting in their terms of service contracts saying that once you buy their tractor, you can only get it serviced by one of their authorized dealers. And that means that at haying season, all these tractors blitzed out, 1 year make and model, all blitzed out, and nobody could cut their hay. And, you know, farmers have a suicide rate 3.5 times higher than the general population. One of the highest things they cite is their debt leverage. Imagine having a $600,000 piece of yard art And you can't open it up to fix, to flip a switch without voiding the whole warranty. So, people lost their hay, they lost their feed for their cattle, price of beef goes, all these ancillary things come out of that, right? And what we're saying with right to repair is that we have the right to fix our own shit. We're not just consumers, we are stewards. We don't want this black box that we have no agency in. I ran on right to repair, and these are things that are non-political, non-partisan.
Have you passed that bill?
I'm about to reintroduce it, but we have more bipartisan co-sponsors than we've ever had. And my thing is, like, you say you care about lowering prices and respecting the trades. We're tired of lip service. Do something.
Yes, do something. Don't just look at somebody's words, look at their actions. All right, so the next quick video we have, Elon Musk Dean screams as he's publicly called out for being a giant dick by a representative of the House. This is fucking hilarious. Oh, this is great. This is one of my favorite clips.
Elon Musk keeps getting mocked and laughed at, and now the ridicule is intensifying. Hello, everybody. David Schuster here. President Trump's sidekick, Dean Scream.
And we go to South Dakota and Oregon and Washington and Michigan. And then we're going to Washington, D.C. to take back the White House. Yeah!
While Howard Dean never recovered politically from his weird behavior 20 years ago, Elon...
Hey, that was not weird. That was just him being excited, and they didn't really have anything to attack him on because he was more of a progressive. And, when you can't attack somebody, through logic, you go in after their, you do ad hominems. You attack their character and say they're goofy or fucked up or whatever. I would have voted for Howard Dean back then. Not now. He's changed since then. He's moved more towards the right, but he was an extreme progressive. He was a leftist back then. At least that was the platform he was running on.
Elon Musk, of course, is already in the White House, courtesy of Donald Trump. Still, Musk's reputation is crashing fast. Trump cabinet members are openly dismissing Musk's requests, more on that in a moment, and Musk keeps exploding at critics in ways that only seem to reinforce their descriptions of him.
Do you think that calling Elon Musk a dick is effective messaging for confronting what is a potentially irreversible transformation of the U.S. government?
Well, he is a dick.
In response to that...
He is a fucking dick.
This is the chainsaw for bureaucracy. Chainsaw.
Wait.
What? What a fucking dick. Oh man, that's fucking funny. All right, so we're going to end it with this message to new revolutionists. Shut the fuck up. No, seriously. Shut the fuck up.
We've been fighting fascism for over 50 years.
And so much has changed over those 50 years, such as the ingredients to a successful firebomb.
And the glass that bank windows are made of.
But there's one thing that hasn't changed over 50 years, something that is so important to tell you kids who are new to this movement.
Shut the f up. You're sitting in the police transport van after a protest?
Shut the
fuck
up. In a holding cell with your comrades?
Shut the
fuck up.
Cop knocks on your door?
Shut the up.
Texting on an unsecured device?
Shut the
fuck up.
Pulled over by the cops after a protest?
Shut the
fuck up.
Cop just asking about your day?
Shut the up. Feds, call your mom?
Tell your mother to shut the
fuck up.
Now, repeat after me. When the cops come calling, what do you do?
Shut the up!
Remember, shut the fuck up. I'm sorry, that video is just perfect. It's perfect. Okay, so we're going to end this Red Pill series stream, but we do have an extra post-game mini-lab, an interactive mini-lab that we're going to be doing probably for like 30, maybe 40 minutes, however long I can squeeze out of it before I have to end the stream. Specifically, just trying a couple things with tuning the micro vortex coil. Hopefully we can get it running. I've got a couple ideas that we can try real quick. With that, I would like to thank you guys for joining me on the Red Pill series. As always, I'm the Benefactor. Good night and good luck.
And in the depths of shadowed halls, I wandered all alone, casting whispers, blinding chains, demons of my own. I seek deafening, down spread on my frail soul. I once spin my mirror, haunted by my role. But in the echoes of my cries, just still I emerge, guiding me to where my true results are. Now I rise from the shadows with wings of fire and sand, free from the chains of sorrow, while this path of forever depend. Shattered glass beneath my feet, scars I wear but dry. Stormy nights just turned to dawn, where truth that's my guide. Anxiety's dissolved in the sun's golden ray. You see my destiny through time and space. The fears that once drew to reality. For in my heart a new world is proclaimed. Now I rise from the shadows with wings of fire and sand, free from the chains of sorrow, on this path I'll forever depend. With symmetry I found the power, lessons granted by the hour. Together we will come away. Revolution calls and I'm not strong. Now I rise from the shadows with wings of fire and sand, free from the chains of sorrow, on this path I'll forever depend. In the depths of his oppression, it's the rise of a true nation. My God's all my keys to one, teaching us knowledge, lighting the sun, trumpeting his legacy alive is his. Mike does knows we're his biggest fans. Down in the basement, secrets start to glow. Keys to one, teaching us knowledge, lighting the sun, trumpeting his legacy alive is his. does knows we're his biggest fans. Years of thought, bringing dreams to life, turning theories into electric light. Mike and us, a journey to ignite. Oh yeah, yeah. We've reached new heights. Hey. Mike does, oh Mike is the one, teaching us knowledge, lighting the sun, trumpeting his legacy alive. His hands. Mike does knows we're his biggest fans. In the depths of hidden files, trapped inside the secret circuits, unraveling through the miles. Oh, truth was masked by coded curtains. You didn't know, we're shattering the silence. Feel the power, revelations on the rise. The shadows light emerges, breaking through the veils of dark. 0 points and gravities converge, yeah. Guiding voices, revelation start. Ancient whispers call, they're begging us to open our eyes. We stand tall, defying all their lies. Even in now, we're shattering the silence. Feel the power, revelations on the rise. Forbidden knowledge we dare to see, unveiling secrets, setting minds free. In this epic, we play our part with fearless hearts. You didn't know, we're shattering the silence. Feel the power, revelations on the rise.
It's invest and fall you want.
You got the skills, you've got the drive, but your boss won't help you thrive. You work so hard, you give your best, but they're keeping all the rest. You don't have to stand alone, together we're stronger, set the tone. Fair pay, fair rules, a safe place too. It all begins with me and you. Organize, unionize, it's your right, don't compromise. Not treated fair, don't stand despair. Raise your voice, it's time to care. Together we rise, we win the prize, because a union means we're unified. When you stand as one, you've got the power. You can make big change in just an hour. It's not just talk, it's taking a stand for better pay and a helping hand. It's not about fighting, it's about what's fair, sharing the value of what's made there. If the boss says no, don't be afraid. Together we've got the tools to trade. Organize, unionize, it's your right, don't compromise. Not treated fair, don't stand despair. Raise your voice, it's time to care. Together we rise, we win the prize, because a union means we're unified. No more later, no more wait. To change the rules, create our fate. It's not just you, it's all of us. In solidarity we build the trust. Organize, unionize,
stand in the heart of the workers' plan. Obstacles weighed heavy on our backs, but unity's the strength they lack. Good friends we had and good friends we've lost, fighting battles at every cost. But through the struggle we raise our voice, in solidarity we made our choice. No union, no buy. No union, no buy. Hey little brother, don't you come by. No union, no buy. Our hands build the wealth they hold so tight, but together we reclaim our rights. No more silence, no more pain. In our unity, there's everything to gain. We lift each other, we won't back down. From city streets to every town, the power's in the people's hands. No union, no buy. We take a stand. No union, no buy. No union, no buy. Hey little sister, raise your flag high. No union, no buy. All the tables are turning, the fire inside keeps burning. For the workers and the buyers, we're igniting freedom's fires. No union, no buy. No union, no buy. Together we'll rise and we won't deny. No union, no buy. I remember when we used to stand with hope and strength, hand in hand. The struggle's hard, but we'll survive. No union, no buy.
In the depths of hidden files, trapped inside the secret circuits, unraveling through the miles. Oh, truth was masked by coded curtains. You didn't know, we're shattering the silence. Feel the power, revelations on the rise. The shadows lie emerges, breaking through the veils of dark. 0 points and gravities converge, yeah. Guiding voices, revelation start. Ancient whispers call, they're begging us to open our eyes. We stand tall, defying all their lies. Even in now, we're shattering the silence. Feel the power, revelations on the rise. In the depths of the unknown, radio waves like dark shows, mysteries unwrapped and shown. Solutions defy what we know, hidden truths we're never alone. Follow me down the rabbit hole, secrets and binding codes, breaking the mold, define control. Power bursts without a soul in this digital catacomb. We spread the truth of the truly bold. Epics we uncover, forbidden undercover. Rise against the silence, breaking through defiance. Energy from the ether flow, quantum realms, the science of flow. Whispers from ancients echo, gravity's on hold, let's go. Beyond the reach of their woe, floating with you ever cold. Bridge the gaps, all light shows. On we roll, past the famous say so. This is all been our road. Epics we uncover, forbidden undercover. Rise against the silence, breaking through defiance. Synth waves crashing, hearts collide. Revolution of the mind. Let the codes and truths unwind. Illumination find. Epics we uncover, forbidden undercover. Rise against the silence, breaking through defiance. Shadows in the sky. This minor galaxy, every number secret sound. Years in shadows, chasing dreams, the loneliness where he was bound. But in those waves of radiant truth lies the magic of his youth. Oh, like the night picture spark, he's a beacon in the dark. The mad magician's rise, we see the world through his eyes. They call him mad, a lonely star, lost in formulas so bizarre. Connections made where none could see, a future bright while symmetry. Beyond the whisper and the sneers, Victor's victory over the years. Like a night picture spark, he's a beacon in the dark. The mad magician's rise, we see the world through his eyes. Among the thinkers there's a place for dreams of courage and embrace the truth like fire at grand delight. Victor's vision in full flight. Oh, like the night Victor spark, he's a beacon in the dark. The mad magician's rise, we see the world through his eyes.
We're in the middle of a hostile government takeover. I wanna talk about it, but I'll be late for work. And if you say, wait a minute, do we have to stop this? We had one, but you didn't want that lady in office. Hostile government takeover. Hostile government. Now that we're a part of a Nigerian prince scam, surprise, surprise, it ended up being a white man. Oh, I just wanna know what the hell do I do? I drink. And if you say, wait a minute, do we have to stop this? We had one, but you didn't want that lady in office. Hostile government take over. Hostile government made forward. Hostile government take over. Hostile government made forward. Hostile government take over. This ain't about left or right. You better stop messing around. This ain't about left or right. Need to worry about up and down. This ain't about left or right. You better stop messing around. This ain't about left or right. Need to worry about up and down. And if you say, wait a minute, do we have to stop this? We had one, but you didn't want that lady in office. Hostile government take over. Hostile government take over. Hostile government made forward. Hostile government take over. Hostile government
Alright, just gotta power it up and see if it tunes. Maybe it will, maybe it won't. Might have to solder this connection real quick. Unfortunately, we have run out of time for our interactive mini lab. I do have a couple more tests that I want to do after I get back from work, so I might continue this later on in this evening, depending on my schedule. I want to thank you all so much for joining me here on Beneficence TV. I'm the benefactor, disseminator of all things forbidden. Until next time, peace.